So I'd like to welcome viewers who may be watching our proceedings on Oireachtas TV to what is the 19th public session of the Joint Oireachtas Committee on Climate Action. And before I introduce our witnesses today, I just, on the request of the broadcasting and recording services, to ask members and visitors to turn your mobile phones off or to put them onto flight mode as they interfere with the broadcasting system. So I'd like to extend on behalf of the committee a warm welcome to Ms Dee Forbes, Director General of RTE, and her colleagues, Mr Jim Jennings, Director of Content on RTE, and Mr John Williams, Managing Director of RTE News and Current Affairs. And from Met Éireann, I'd like to welcome Mr Owen Moran, Director of Met Éireann, and he's joined today by his colleagues, Dr Sarah O'Reilly, Assistant Director, Evelyn Cusack, Head of Forecasting Division, and Dr Saji Varghese, and Mr Seamus Walsh and Seán Sherlock from Met Éireann. So before we commence our meeting, I just want to proceed with some formal proceedings. So I wish to advise the witnesses that by virtue of Section 17(2)(1) of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to this committee. If you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to a qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that where possible you should not criticise or make charges against any person, persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him, her or it identifiable. And finally, members are reminded of the long-standing ruling of the Chair to the effect that members should not comment on, criticise or make charges against a person outside the House or an official by name or in such a way as to make him or her identifiable. So I now call on Ms Dee Forbes to make your opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. Committee members, thank you for the invitation to come here today. It's the first time that RTE has been invited to attend this particular committee, and we welcome the opportunity to engage with national legislators and policymakers on this very important issue. As we understand it, the purpose of this committee session is to explore some of the ways in which RTE can contribute to the broader discussions and awareness relating to climate change. In that regard, this engagement is especially timely, as it coincides with a range of editorial opportunities that we are exploring at this time. As Ireland's leading national public service media entity, RTE plays a unique role in Irish life and society. With a 94% weekly reach across all adults in the country, across our services, we continue to play a central role in the national conversations, and that is a position that we never take for granted. As a dual-funded broadcaster, RTE receives approximately 50% of its overall operating costs from licence fee collected from the public, and for that, RTE must deliver against a very wide-ranging remit, which includes national and international news coverage, provision of an Irish language media service, the provision of online services, orchestras and performing groups, a national media archive, and the coverage of national sports. RTE plays a trusted and important role in informing Irish citizens and in shaping national debate. Coverage of climate change and environmental issues has been regularly reflected in both news and current affairs coverage and across many other different types of programming. A cursory review of coverage over the past 6 months on this issue demonstrates that RTE is making genuine efforts to engage with this subject across a diverse range of output and from a wide range of perspectives. Apart from dedicated reportage in long-running programmes such as EcoEye, or consistent analysis and reports from our correspondent George Lee, the topic is well reflected in output which ranges from bespoke children's games and programmes on RTE Junior, current affairs debate on radio and on television, long-form articles and opinion pieces on RTE.ie, exploration of the moral and ethical considerations on programmes in worship and faith-related programmes, and putting the topic in more localised context in outputs such as Big Week on the Farm and Science Week on RTE. Beyond that, the more global impacts are reflected in programmes such as This Week and What in the World. Efforts are being made to make the topic relevant, accessible and in regular focus in relevant sectoral debates such as those programmes as Countrywide or Ear to the Ground. The subject has also been well represented in various political debate programmes, such as Drive Time, Today with Seán O'Rourke, Late Debate, or Saturday with Cormac O'Hara. It is also featured on prime-time flagship entertainment programmes, such as The Late Late Show, with questions on this issue being raised with former President Mary Robinson and the Taoiseach as but two recent examples. The topic of climate change can be perceived as complex and somewhat removed from day-to-day life. But in terms of our editorial contribution, we are trying our best to ensure that it is explored and discussed from many perspectives to meet the needs of different audiences. That is not to say there is room for complacency. The coverage of climate change and other sustainability topics are a matter of ongoing review in terms of our editorial activities, and we have renewed ambition in this regard for 2019. By way of example, some of our plans include making it be the theme of one of our big picture projects, which is a themed week of programming exploring a particular topic with depth and range across a unique range of multi-platform services that RTE offers. Giving a single topic such concentrated focus across all our services and amplification can deliver significant impacts in terms of public attention and action. We are also looking at our lifestyle programming to explore ways in which we can make some of the mitigating actions seem more relevant and more accessible. Given the growing levels of public interest and concern around this issue, the topic of climate change will be and is a thematic priority in our news and current affairs coverage. And we are exploring partnerships and imaginative approaches in terms of how we message this to younger audiences through our RTE Junior service. However, notwithstanding our own reach and remit, and the importance of national media in general, I would caution that if there is an ambition at a broader political level to create mass awareness on climate change and related corrective action, there is no substitute for bespoke public information campaigns and a correlating level of leadership actions and policy implementation. The state routinely and effectively develops public information campaigns focused on communicating clear, easily understood pathways to practical action by citizens around broad areas such as healthy living, road safety, nutrition, just to name a few. While such campaigns, to be effective, must be accompanied by substantive and coherent policies and incentives, they are essential in bringing about the broad understanding critical to changing behaviour. As a broader point, if there is little by way of action on climate change in terms of legislative change, policy initiatives, parliamentary debate and business innovation, regrettably there is less for the media as a whole to report on. And yet perhaps this is one of the other ways in which RTE can demonstrate its value. The work of RTE is only possible with the support of Irish citizens, and it exists to serve the need of those citizens. Among those needs is the requirement for an independent media voice, which will hold the powerful to account on what they are doing and what they are not. Arising from their wide-ranging deliberations, the Citizens' Assembly have delivered a focused range of cogent recommendations for action. There are clearly ways in which a country, as a society, and at an individual level, we can make a contribution. And I can assure you that RTE is keen to play its part within this framework and within this conversation. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to addressing questions later.
Thank you very much. And I now call on Mr. Owen Moran, Director of Met Éireann, to give your opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank the Chair and the Committee for the invitation to Met Éireann to give evidence here. I would also like to mention that it was a great honour for Met Éireann to present at the Citizens' Assembly in 2017. I'll start with Met Éireann's role. Met Éireann is the Irish National Meteorological Service, as recognised by the UN Convention of the World Meteorological Organisation, that's the WMO, which is a specialised agency of the United Nations. Met Éireann's mission is to monitor, analyse and predict Ireland's weather and climate, and to provide a range of high-quality meteorological and related information to the public. This is focused on supporting public safety and promoting wider societal and economic well-being through the delivery of timely, actionable, reliable, science-based weather and climate information. In December 2017, Met Éireann put in place a 10-year strategy to help Irish society be ready for and responsive to weather and climate risks. And this is under the vision of making Ireland weather and climate prepared. Weather and climate science is intrinsically international in nature. The global network of national meteorological services collaborates internationally to share information and to build the expertise and knowledge needed to support the development of the global predictive capacity available today for weather and climate systems. Met Éireann, Ireland's National Meteorological Service, represents Ireland and actively contributes to the WMO and EUMETSAT, that's the European Organisation for Meteorological Satellites, and ECMWF, that's the European Centre for Medium Range Forecasting, which is, amongst other things, responsible for the implementation of the EU Copernicus Climate Change Service. Now, Met Éireann's public services are based on knowledge-leading, scientific expertise and capacity. And this is developed in cooperation with a wide range of leading international scientific collaborative networks, including the EC-Earth Climate Modelling Research Consortium, the HIRLAM Numerical Weather Prediction Consortium, and the EUMETNet European Meteorological Services Network. And Met Éireann places a major focus on our international collaborative partnerships as they allow us to successfully build strategic national capacity and capability, whilst providing Ireland with the very best weather and climate services based on world-leading expertise. And indeed, such international cooperation and collaboration is at the foundation of how the international scientific community has indeed detected and helped develop an understanding of the challenge of climate change, which brings me to the global context for climate change. Climate change is a reality. It is likely that the world is now warmer than any time than during the last 125,000 years. The last 4 years were the warmest on record globally, with the most pronounced warming in the Arctic. Latest indications show that the average temperature of the last 5 years was 1.1 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial era. 2018 was more than 0.4 degrees Celsius warmer than the average temperature from 1981 to 2010. This warming is directly linked to the increases in anthropogenic greenhouse gases, which are also higher in concentration now than any time in the last 800,000 years. Further warming is inevitable due to the forcing from the continued rapid and record rise in human-produced greenhouse gases. This global warming is now impacting global weather patterns. This includes changes in circulation patterns leading to, for example, changes in the Asian monsoon, changes in the behaviour of the jet stream, more heat waves and droughts worldwide, increased flood events, and slower moving and more moisture-bearing hurricanes or typhoons. The frequency, severity and probability of extreme weather has also increased globally. Indeed, if we look to recent extreme weather events in Ireland, such as the flooding of 2015-2016, including Storm Desmond and Storm Ophelia and Storm Emma, and the recent summer drought during 2018, all of these are consistent and indeed part of the trend of more frequent high-impact weather events. And this brings me to the effects of global warming on weather patterns in Ireland. Ireland currently benefits from a temperate, oceanic climate with abundant rainfall in a predominantly westerly atmospheric circulation, moderated by the North Atlantic drift with little in the way of extreme temperatures. And it's worth noting that we have always had extreme weather in the past, downpours and flooding and droughts and cold spells and windstorms. However, with increased global warming, Ireland is likely to experience a less stable climate, with more frequent and intense extreme events. In general, model projections show the Irish climate is trending towards a reduction in overall rainfall, particularly in spring and summer, and more heavy rain events in autumn and winter. Heatwaves and droughts are becoming more probable, and all seasons will be warmer with more hot days and less frosts. The overall number of storms affecting Ireland is likely to decrease. However, the number of extreme damaging storms could increase, and this, coupled with expected sea level rise, is likely to lead to an increased risk of coastal erosion and storm surges. Now, Ireland's response to climate change is informed by national predictive capability, and Met Éireann's key role in meeting the challenge of climate change has been the development of that national climate modelling capability. And Table 1 in the Annex, if you turn to it there, shows the development of this predictive capacity over the last 15 years. This strategic national resource has supported the formulation of climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies in Ireland over that period. As you'll see in the table, in 2003, our climate modelling effort began with C4I, and that's a joint project between Met Éireann and UCD and funded by EPA and SEAI and SFI. In 2008, Met Éireann joined the International EC Earth Climate Modelling Consortium, working with leading experts from 12 European countries to develop and run state-of-the-art climate projections at a global level, which were then accepted and used in the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report. And then between 2009 and 15, Met Éireann, with iCheck, that's the Irish Centre for High-End Computing, developed the most recent model projection for Ireland's projected climate change. Currently, Met Éireann is engaged in the next phase of EC Earth global model projections and regional climate model projections for Ireland, the outputs of which will be available for use by the wider climate change research community, and Met Éireann's analysis of the EC Earth global model output will be available during 2020, the findings of which are expected to be used again by the IPCC in its sixth assessment report. So, how do we unlock all this scientific information and use it to promote climate action? Well, as part of making Ireland weather and climate prepared, Met Éireann is expanding its range of operational, high-quality, user-oriented climate information and prediction services. And this is to support understanding and decision-making in relation to managing climate-dependent risks for Ireland. This enhanced service will build on Met Éireann's existing climate services. These include the management of Ireland's National Climate Archive of quality-controlled reference climate observations, the dissemination of climate products based on historical and current climate data, our publication of synthesis reports on climate projections for Ireland, the development and dissemination of the award-winning MIRA reanalysis for the Irish climate, and also other sector-specific climate products, for example, for the agricultural sector. Then the enhanced climate information and prediction services will involve providing climate information to citizens, decision makers and policy makers via an interactive, integrated national climate information hub, equipped with interpretive tools to contextualise expected states of the Irish future climate and to enable understanding of climate risks at a local level. The information provided will be user-driven and will support decision-making for specific sectors, for example, agriculture, health, transport and energy. And this is to further help develop the understanding of climate-dependent risks. Met Éireann is also building capacity in event attribution and is actively involved in the development of a state-of-the-art pilot event attribution service as part of the UFEEM European Research Project. To support adaptation and indeed climate resilience, Met Éireann is also developing flood forecasting capability in conjunction with the OPW. And then leveraging the latest developments in meteorological science, Met Éireann is also developing local-scale services extending from monthly forecasts and seasonal projections through to climate projections and analysis based on state-of-the-art ECMWF, Copernicus and EC Earth projections. So then, just turning to communications of climate information to the citizen, I will point out that Met Éireann's primary motivation always when communicating with the Irish public is to help protect life and property and to promote economic and societal well-being on the basis of the best available evidence-based information. Met Éireann's existing communication channels include our work with RTE and other TV and radio broadcasters, our new website and app, and extensive social media reach, our public outreach via our Citizen Science Climate Observer Network, our seminars, our workshops, our conferences, and through our partnership with the Irish Meteorological Society. Also, there's our work with print media, educational resources, our participation with the BT Young Scientist Exhibition, National Flying Championship, Science Week, Maths Week, and so on. And Met Éireann is now building on our extensive experience of communication and engagement with the Irish public to raise awareness and understanding of how the Irish climate is changing. Now, this work will include expanding our network of citizen scientists through WOW, which is this new weather observations website, which is an interactive digital platform which will be launched during 2019. And WOW will allow for more community involvement in directly contributing to the understanding of our changing climate and weather patterns. Met Éireann is also planning to expand its capacity for media engagement and to increase its contributions to scientific programming on the topic of weather and climate, primarily with the public broadcaster RTE, but also through wider engagement with commercial broadcasters. This involves developing climate-specific educational segments for TV, web and social media. In particular, these segments will be used when educational opportunities arise, such as in the aftermath of an extreme weather event or when weather or climate-related news items occur. So finally, while recognising the Department of Communication and Climate Action and Environment's responsibility for climate action and their overall national coordination role in the communication of climate change information, these communication initiatives by Met Éireann are intended to support the wider national climate action agenda through enhanced public awareness and an understanding of the causes and impacts of climate change founded on evidence-based scientific information. This information will support Ireland's national adaptation and mitigation plans by aiding citizens in making informed choices in relation to the realities of climate change impacts. And I again like to thank the Chair and the Committee for this opportunity to provide evidence, and I'm happy to provide any further clarifications as required. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moran. And just we are a little bit tight on time because we have another session at 4 o'clock. So I'd ask the lead speakers to, obviously you can keep within your 10 minutes, but just to get the benefit, to try and keep it to questions, and you'll get more, I suppose, better answers if you can keep within the time frame. I'll start with our first deputy. It's Deputy Martin Heydon.
Look, and I'd like to thank everybody for coming in today for what is a very important part of the work we've been doing here. And in some ways, I suppose, while we spent a lot of time with experts around the challenges of the issue, and I'm very struck by the presentation from Met Éireann in particular, that you get this very much so. The other key part is how do we try and bring people with us, because we know we have significant behavioural change that we need to bring about in our country. We all need to do that. We all have to take personal responsibility for that. But how do we try and bring people with us, and that we do that? Because our experience in the past is when we get these things wrong, not only is there a political fallout from that, but the environment loses out as well, and that's something we need to try and avoid in that case. And in some ways, we do have a job of work to bring people with us on that journey of behavioural change. For some citizens, they're ahead of us, particularly the younger generation. I think probably have a lot to teach us, and I was really struck by that at the BT Young Scientists. It was very refreshing to see. But really, I suppose, from my perspective, a couple of points I'm going to raise with both RT and Met Éireann, is regarding the programme you run, the news and coverage and general current affairs. So not just the programmes you run, but the opportunities you have on a daily basis. And you talk about your reach. Your reach is phenomenal. To equate present abnormal weather events and just to plant that seed in people's head that this isn't necessarily normal, and beyond that point. So. First of all, maybe just RT and Ms Forbes, the BBC recently updated its editorial policy for journalists on how to report climate change. And as part of this, the BBC have indicated that since the science is clearer now and climate change is accepted as happening, that outright climate change deniers are not required on panels for that level of balance that maybe there would have been in the past. And the BBC has also invited editorial staff to sign up for a training course on reporting climate change. So do you have a policy on inclusion or not having to include climate change deniers on your shows, where you're discussing this at length? Have you changed the way you report on climate change as the science has become more clear? And have your staff received any training on reporting of climate change? Then just in the area of balance as well, how do you try to ensure your balance, your coverage between reporting on the need for government policies to address climate change and behavioural change, and on the potential negative responses to this from certain groups who might oppose that? I was very struck. I was driving my car last week and I heard a news report, on a news bulletin there was a report about a protest in Dublin, and it went into detail about the protest, and at the very end they mentioned there was about a dozen or more people involved. The mental picture in my head was thousands of people out in the street protesting until I heard the last bit at the end, and that element of proportionality and balance between reporting on legitimate protest or nearly inciting people to go out and making them feel bad that they're not out protesting, and that's a balance that I suppose always has to be got right. And maybe just ask you that question on that one, your views on that. And then also to RT, are you seeing an increased demand from viewers and listeners for material that addresses climate change, so EcoEye, special primetime segments, and if so, are you ramping up your coverage, or do you plan to increase your coverage on that? A couple of brief points then from Met Éireann. As the National Weather Service, what do you see as your role and responsibility around communicating the reality of climate change to Irish people? And I would like to acknowledge again, along with RT, the progress that you've made in recent months regarding your website in different areas and improving on that. And do you have a policy? Again, I take from your presentation the very high level different elements you have and the different policies you have. I still think you're first and foremost, primarily, and Ms Cusack here today, your strongest reach is after the 6-1 news at 9 o'clock at night on the weather bulletins. I'm a farmer myself. It's what you always turn on the radio or the telly for, and you know, particularly on a Sunday. I'm very struck at the minute that some of my constituents are commenting very positively to me about the fact, God, isn't it lovely to see the daffodils out in January before the snowdrops and the cherry blossoms starting to blossom. Now, personally, that frightens the life out of me, and I'm really worried about the fact it's been such a mild January, if this is part of a bigger picture. And I would be worried, and like, you know, plenty of people have said to me, God, it's lovely to get a bit of snow again in the winter and having a really warm summer. And I can understand all of that, but to me there's an inherent fear in that if we just think this is all fine, and if we don't see it as part of, you know, 4 warmest years in 125,000 years, it is frightening. And I think we should be a little bit scared if we want to bring people on a journey of the very significant change in behaviour that we have to bring them in. They need to understand that this isn't normal, as the science is telling us. And again, do you have a policy around maybe just infiltrating that, so when you are reporting on a very mild January, there is a subtle way there that you could reference that, yeah, you know, you can just say this isn't normal, this doesn't happen very often, and it's a worrying trend. So they're the main points, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy. And if anyone else wants to come in, or you can indicate to me and refer questions on to other colleagues. Who would like to start? D. Forbes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy. First of all, just to the last question, I suppose, that you mentioned about, are we seeing an increase in demand from viewers and listeners? And I think, you know, first of all, I think it's probably fair to say that as a topic becomes more interesting and is more discussed, we see an increased need and an increased appetite for more in that area. And I would say this particular area right now is absolutely in that place. If I was to just quote a programme that we aired on Monday night, for example, which was How Ireland Cleans Up. It was a programme looking at, you know, how we are tackling waste in this country. Now, that programme on Monday evening had over 1/3 of the country watching. And that, I think, tells us very, very quickly and easily that there is demand. That same programme a number of years ago would not have had that sense of engagement. Likewise, across our radio shows, if you look at the breadth of radio on a given week across RTE, again, peppered across the schedule, you will see a lot of engagement from listeners on this topic. So, it's very fair to say that we are getting much more engagement, and as a result, we will then aim to cover more and more. Likewise, following that show on Monday evening, Claire Byrne had a segment on, taking on from that programme as to how we could reduce our waste, for example. So there is no doubt that it's a topic of our time. As a result, it's a topic that we are addressing both in our news and current affairs programming and in other programming. And I'll just ask my colleague John Williams in News and Current Affairs as to how we are treating it in News and Current Affairs, and then Jim in terms of our other content, because again, it's the breadth of content across RTE that will reflect all of that.
Deputy, perhaps I can deal with the issue that you raised about the BBC's guidelines. The context matters. The BBC produced their editorial guidance after they were found to be in breach of Ofcom guidelines in reporting climate change. And so as part of their mitigation, they're putting their staff, and they've issued guidance on how to report climate change. The Today programme failed in its obligation to be fair and impartial by essentially equating and providing equivalence between the science and climate change sceptics. RTE has not been found to be in breach of BAI guidelines, and so we're very clear we do have guidance. Section 39(1) of the Broadcasting Act requires RTE to be fair and impartial across a whole range of subject areas. And the reporting of climate change is no different to the reporting of homelessness or Brexit or health or criminal justice. We're not obliged to balance, and we don't balance different perspectives. We are obliged to be fair and impartial. And we strive to do that across all of the different subject areas that we cover. The Director General has referenced the increasing engagement by audiences. Look, we can always do more, but I would say that during the recent climate change summit in Poland, RTE did pieces pretty much every second day on climate change, and so we are responding to the increased interest that we're recognising from the audience. We are a responsive organisation. We live or die by the engagement that we have with our audiences, and so we'd be mad not to respond to the demand that they're making clear through their engagement and their interest.
Did you want to comment?
Yeah, I mean, I would just add to that like we have seen an increase in our output over the last, let's say, the last couple of years, and it's increasing as we go. Even just a program like Drive Time, if you listen to it, like every 2 or 3 days, they're doing climate change on that program. But there's also other types of programming that we do, from Ireland's Deep Atlantic, which was a series earlier in the year, to, as mentioned before, Eco Eye, to documentaries, to Science Week. As the Director General said, we plan to do climate change as our big picture later this year. We are commissioning more documentaries as we speak. We have another 2, possibly 3 landmark documentaries coming up within the next 12 months looking at this area. And this is based on not only the demand of the public for more information, but also our staff as well. Our staff are very engaged on this. They, we don't have to go around programme teams asking them to do climate change. They're doing it of their own volition. We don't have to tell them to do it. Because, like you said, I have young kids. We all have family members. Like, the younger generation are really engaged on this. They're nearly driving the older generation on this issue. So you will see this reflected, I would say, more and more in our programming as we go forward.
Anyone from Met Éireann, Mr. Moran or Ms. Cusack, who would like to come in on the questions directed? No? Nothing further to add? Okay. They were all your questions. I think there were some specific questions. Yeah, in relation to Met Éireann. Sorry.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood you, Chair. Sorry about that. Thank you very much. There's a lot there in the questions you've asked. I'll be coming to Evelyn Cusack and Seamus Walsh here in relation to a few things. Just you were asking about, are there subtle ways in which we can actually communicate climate information to the public so as to explain? Well, part of the job of science is to explain, and that's an important thing, not just to provide the facts and the figures and do all the research and the facts. It's a very important thing to be able to provide an explanation to the public. So in terms of have we got a strategy in strengthening and improving and expanding our climate information proposition to the public, well, we have our strategy, we have our 10-year strategy. So, and this speaks an awful lot about ensuring that users, citizens, decision makers, policy makers and politicians are informed in order to be able to make the correct decisions and to achieve the best outcomes for society. And this gets to the core of our approach in relation to any services we provide, be they weather or climate. We focus on providing the most relevant, salient information to allow the best decisions to be made for society. We call that supporting impact-based decision-making. We have to understand the impacts people have to deal with in relation to weather or climate, and then provide the most relevant, easily accessible information possible. So that's at the core of the philosophy behind this strategy. In relation to communicating climate information, standing back, where we've come from is providing the scientific bedrock of the kind of scientific projections that we have and the understanding of future climate for Ireland over the coming few decades. And that's in place. What we're now doing is building on what we called our climate services. And I've outlined this in the statement. And this is to allow people to have access to specialist information so that they can serve themselves and make their own decisions. Ordinary citizens, policymakers and specialist users. But on top of that layer, we're focusing on improving our communications, enhancing our existing communications so that we can enhance the understanding. In the context of improving citizens or the Irish public's understanding in a subtle way and to answering those questions in relation to burnt grass during the drought in summer or the phenological response that's taking place as we speak outside there in relation to the warm conditions. This is an event attribution exercise essentially. And in Medern for many years we've been looking at developing and enhancing our capacity in the area of event attribution. And we're involved in as I mentioned in the statement there, in a state-of-the-art European research attribution service, which will deliver on a semi-operational basis attribution information in relation to weather events on a regular basis, be it seasonal, be it monthly, and there may be an opportunity to provide a more rapid attribution service to the public, which would answer the type of questions that you've raised there, Deputy. And we've seen very useful examples of this during the drought experience that we've had during 2018. The science is now ready to provide that type of information, but it's like a newly developed drug for a particular disease. It's in research, and we're now moving towards transposing this highly useful, very exciting piece of information, very promising source of information, this resource, into an operational service, which is a different task entirely. And
conscious of time, because we have a number of other speakers. If you want to pass on to your colleagues?
I might just pass over to Evelyn. Yes.
In relation to featuring climate change on the television weather forecasts, which I had the privilege of presenting since 1988, I've lived through many, or worked through many severe weather events. Well, in this 2-minute slot, we're primarily concerned with the weather forecast, obviously. And when I started in 1988, our weather forecasting was just about 1 day ahead, that we had confidence in the accuracy. And I'm very glad to say that since then, we've developed up to 5 to 7 days. And as you mentioned, the farming forecast on RT in particular is of great importance. And I suppose we concentrate on the weather forecast during that that slot, and warnings and advisories for the safety of the public. But we do just very occasionally mention climate change, and I think we have plans to maybe bring it in a more organised way, perhaps seasonal, at the end of each season, and to, bring in more WMO reports and IPCC reports. But primarily that slot is for weather forecasts and warnings.
Mr. Walsh, do you want to come in briefly?
Well, just on the question of attribution, I think Owen has covered most of it. He mentioned kind of the latest research which has been carried out, and the next challenge is actually to make that information available on an operational basis. But one thing we can say, and we have been saying relatively recently in relation to severe weather events, is that they're part of the trend, the general trend in global warming. So, for example, during the heatwave, we were able to say it was part of the trend in global warming and consistent with the trend. And in that particular event, there was a rapid attribution study carried out, which did say that the heatwave over Ireland last summer was twice as likely to have occurred because of human-induced climate change.
Thank you. I'm going to bring in Deputy Dooley next.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'll be brief because I think my predecessor has covered a lot of it. I mean, the challenge facing us as an Oireachtas is to try to engage with the public to make the reality of climate change an acceptable phenomenon for them, to try and put in place a series of measures that the public will find acceptable to change their behaviour, and to do so in a way that they don't feel it's being foisted on them for any other reason than improving their own lives and the lives of their children. And the difficulty has been, notwithstanding that there's a wide acceptance of climate change, because the basis of it is scientific and consequently academic, much of the debate has taken place in that form. And we've all busied ourselves to some extent looking at targets, percentage movements, a percent here or a percent there, a degree here or a degree there, and we know the buzzwords, we know the acronyms, and we're comfortable to some extent, those of us that have to engage on all sides. But the public glaze over, quite frankly, with that kind of communication. So for me, it's all about communication. Let's forget about trying to fight the fight that's over, about the reality of climate change. That's a given. Of course, Met Éireann will involve themselves very specifically in the science so that it provides the evidence base for the future, and exactly as Evelyn Cusick has identified, most people tune into the weather to know what tomorrow is going to be like or whatever, and they're now doing that on apps or whatever. But the difficulty we will face is communicating what needs to happen next, and the actions that have to be taken, the policy decisions that have to be taken. So we need to move away from the academic debate and the scientific basis for it, and we need to talk the common language. And that's what I think, Mr. Moran, you talked about, the burning of grass because of the sun. That people understand that, farmers understand that, everybody understands it, people lawns, etc. So I think from RTE's perspective, I think you do a really good job with your news, quite frankly, and you have been doing it. I think George Lee's appointment was an excellent decision at the time, and I think he has been doing exceptionally well, marrying the two sometimes conflicting roles of environment and agriculture. I remember when I saw it initially, I thought, how's that going to work out? It has actually worked really well from the perspective that I come from, because I see his capacity to explain in very clear language and tell the story in a non-scientific way, if you want. He has the language, and maybe he did benefit something from being in here for a period of time that had allowed him to communicate with the public at large. So that's good. It's how we move it on from news and current affairs, how we move it into the everyday life. So even the fact that you've brought people from both sides of your house is welcome. Like that programme that Dermot Bannon does, Room to Improve, I mean, that's a hugely successful programme, I understand, when I look at some of the ratings. He tells really good stories. So one of the big issues has been the loss of heat and how we're heating homes unnecessarily. Now, for somebody in his role, in his programme, if, overlaid on that was the whole climate change agenda and carbon footprint and the loss of heat, etc. You know, ensuring that there's room made for electric vehicles and all of that. So very much part of that you're looking to the future and telling that story. So I think there's work there and there's potential there. I think there's potential in your soap programme. I mean, I'm conscious that I'm not a regular viewer, but sometimes I'm subjected to it at home on occasion if I happen to be there at a particular time. But I've watched over the years how, you know, even your soap programme, Fair City, deals with important social issues, whether it's been violence against women, whether it's been migration issues, and the scriptwriters handle that very successfully, I think, and it blends it in without it setting it apart, so it inculcates it into everyday life. I think there's opportunities there, because if we're to be successful, we have to make this mainstream, and we have to get away from it being climate change. It has to be part of life, and that's the challenge to us, and I think you can play an important role in that, in terms of what you do. So really, my only questions, what are you looking for from us? Is, you know, in terms of, from a Met Éireann perspective, are you adequately funded to gear up in the manner that you're gearing up? Do you require additional funding? Does that need to be factored into our budgetary provisions? The same really to RT, and we've all discussed this previously around the Communications Committee about the funding of public service broadcasting. I would have thought that's an area in terms of, you know, there is that additional funding that RTE gets from the Sound and Vision Fund. Should we be looking to ring-fencing some of that in a manner that doesn't just deal with, you know, news and current affairs, public service content? Should we look to requiring an element of that, or all of that, to include some issues around climate change? Or, you know, I'm sure probably know the answer already. You won't refuse money if it's offered, but have you thought about some proposals that might come forward in that way, where you're looking for ring-fenced funds, you know, to play a greater role in supporting that communication strategy? You also talked, Ms. Forbes, about the public information. Any ideas that you have around that particular area would be welcome. You know, a good quality public information. I tend to think that sometimes just the public information notices, it's a bit like maybe advertising on the player. People tend to find ways to scroll on or move beyond that. So that would have to be done in a very clever manner that engages the citizens on that. So just any further comments you might have?
I might bring you in, Ms. Forbes, on any of those issues.
Well, I think, Deputy Dooley, you make a really strong point and a very clear point around telling the story. And I think telling the story is something we will, you know, we always endeavour to do to the best of our ability across multiple genres. I think there is no doubt at this stage that the area of climate change, in terms of understanding, is complex. And, you know, we do have a job of work to do in that respect. And I think, again, this is where you know, we are constantly, I suppose, investigating and evaluating programme ideas in this space. And, you know, we always welcome ideas for new programming. If I take something like Operation Transformation, you know, I think it has been widely recognised that that programme has done a huge amount of benefit for health in this country. Now, 10 years ago or 15 years ago, that might have seemed impossible. So I think we're now looking at, and we're encouraging, you know, ideas from a broad spectrum of, you know, programme makers. And, you know, we would love, and I mentioned it in my opening statement, we're looking at lifestyle programming. Could we come up with an op-trans in this area? It's early days, but we are certainly investigating that, and my colleague Jim may want to elaborate on that. So I do think and again, I think we have to be also very careful about how we bring this into programming, that it's not preachy, that it's not finger-wagging. And this is the other thing that we're very conscious of as a topic, which is why I think when it comes, particularly up in kids programming, Kids are making a huge impact in this space, and I think as your previous colleague mentioned, we're all learning a lot from kids in this space. Again, we are working on ideas as to how we can use children's programming to help everybody in this space. So I think it's fair to say that we are investigating across a wide genre. This is not just about news and current affairs, and that's very, very important. And you will see this topic come in to more and more genres of programming as we go forward. You know, I think then to your point around, you know, information and public service, you know, to be honest, I don't think it's the role of RTE to come up with that idea, but we are very, very happy to engage and, you know, come to the table to be part of that discussion. Because I think when a public service campaign becomes really impactful is when the citizens know what they can do to make a change. And that's where I mentioned whether it's road safety or health, there's been some real, people knew what to do to make an activity, and the public service area of communication has been there to back that up. So that's really, I think, where that is at.
Mr. Jennings, do you want to add to that?
I'd just add one quickly, because I know you're under time pressure. Ourselves and Met Éireann work very closely together. So, you know, we have done for a number of years. So when you hear Met Éireann talking about maybe creating content that's away from the weather bulletins in this area, like, you know, we need to, and we will be working very closely with them. See, where does that sit? Where does it, you know, is it online? Is there a linear attribution to that? And how do we, you know, make sure that the public can find it? So we will be working very closely with them on that. On the area of drama, like drama, the best drama reflects real life, you know. So, you know, and this is real life. So you would expect to see these issues reflected in drama, and I think you will.
I'm going to move to Deputy Breed Smith, our next questioner.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much for your presentations. And I have to get over to speak on the nurses' motion, so it won't take too long. But I want to ask RTE a couple of questions, first of all. In your submission, you say that the topic of climate change will be a thematic priority in our news and current affairs coverage, will be. And I'd just like to ask you if you could flesh that out a bit for us. I don't expect you to give me a thesis on it now. But for example, there's been a lot of talk about children and kids and young people and their awareness of this issue, which is greater than my generation and even the generation younger than me, and how they're playing a leading role forward. And there's been studies done that show how much children influence adults. You know, like the study about what kind of a car you buy is 60% influenced by what your kids say about cars, for example. That's a very well-known facts. And so the more we do to encourage children, the more it's going to impact on their parents and their aunties and the older generation. So there's a protest on this Saturday, despite what the previous deputy said about 12 people and a protest sounding like it's enormous in RTE. And it's a protest for children against climate change, and it's here at the Dáil at 4 o'clock on Saturday. And I think that'll be a wonderful thing to cover it. And I haven't seen any coverage of it, but there's been a strike in Australia by school kids against coal mining and the coal being transported out of Australia through the barrier reef, which is already seriously damaged. There's been amazing speeches by that young woman in Sweden. I think that sort of thing should be like news items, and we should be covering that, because that will have an impact on kids, who will have an impact on their parents. But I get what you say about your role, but then you go on to say there's no substitute for bespoke public information campaigning. And though I agree with that to an extent, I disagree, and a lot of it goes on here at the committee, that this is about just change in public behaviour and individual behaviour. There has to be much more about changing corporate behaviour, about what the oil companies do, what the coal industry does, what the gas industry does. And I don't see an attempt in a serious journalistic way by RTE to explore corporate behaviour in relation to climate change, and I think that should be something that you should really take on. You then go on to say that your broadcasting depends on actions that we take in terms of legislative change and attempts to change legislation. The bill I have before the Dáil, which is quite controversial because it ended up in a limbo situation due to votes here at this committee before Christmas, at the Climate and Communications Committee, is a very interesting one because it challenges that oil and fossil fuel industry, and it says keep it in the ground, no more extraction or issuing of licences to extract fossil fuel from our coastal regions. RTE have barely covered it. And the times I've been on news programmes with Cormac O'Hara and others, I've got very little time to actually explain it. I don't accept that this is all about academic and science. If children understand it, we can grasp it. We just need to name it, and if we don't name it, then we're doing a disservice. And that brings me on to my questions to Met Éireann, because I note, Mr Moran, that you're a permanent representative to the World Meteorological Organisation, and you'll know that their recent report really names it. It really nails it when they talk about climate change being the problem in terms of extreme weather. And I think Met Éireann could do a lot more. I was very pleased to see in early January you did talk about human-induced climate change in the weather report. But all of your submission talks about weather and climate science. Are you reluctant to say climate change science? I'm sure you accept the science because you're part of the scientific community, but there shouldn't be a reluctance. And there was a report in the Journal before Christmas that the staff were told not to link specific extreme weather events with climate change in Met Éireann. Now, I know it goes on to explain how one event isn't necessarily about climate change, that it has to be a series of events. But at this stage, can we not just name it and say there are a series of extreme weather events taking place because of climate change, and continually name it, insofar as we're trying to both educate the public but create a sense of that this is at the heart of what Met Éireann are trying to do, what RTE are trying to do, what the Oireachtas is trying to do, is to create public awareness, but to also say to the system this is not acceptable. That's just the questions I have. I hope they're a bit long, but I hope they can.
Okay, thank you. Will I start to Mr. Moran?
Very much, Chair. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your questions, Deputy. I just want to make it very clear that Met Éireann takes the whole question of climate change very seriously, and has underpinned the information available to Ireland to manage and adapt and put in place its mitigation strategies. In actual fact, Met Éireann is part of the international scientific community that has been since the 1900s, and I mean this quite sincerely, monitoring and taking the pulse of the planet on a minute and hourly and daily basis, and has contributed to the detection of climate change, and on an ongoing basis provides the definitive reference analysis for the state of the climate, and has initiated nationally the programme to provide climate projections for the country, and was the first scientific organisation to do that for the country. And National Meteorological Services, and I will be brief on this, provide that strategic outlook on a scientific basis, provide long-term, long-range plans from a scientific point of view to meet the requirements of the country. So on that basis, for the last number of decades, Met Éireann, has always had the view that climate change is a great challenge. It is a huge challenge for this country, and has responded strategically to meet that challenge and to serve the Irish public and Irish citizens in that manner. Now, in relation to some of the articles you're referring to, of course, in line with the questions that have been asked already, of course, for the last number of years, the public, quite rightly, are seeking explanations in relation to the increased frequency of extreme weather events that we're all experiencing. And I can tell you these extreme weather events are putting us to the pin of our collar. In terms of communications, we're at the front line when it comes to climate change. The introduction of weather warnings, the introduction of our storm naming mechanism, these were initiatives taken by Met Éireann. And we are at the vanguard in relation to the communication of extreme impacts of weather and the changes therein in relation to climate change. There is no ambiguity. We have always had the position that the climate is changing. The communication that we apply to our forecasters, of course, we have to give guidance in how to speak to journalists. But nevertheless, and this is because often within the language of climate change, there can be some confusion. I will just want to clarify, our role, though, is to provide climate information to the public. And again, this is to support users and decision makers and policy makers and politicians to help them make their decisions. And to close, this is also to support the wider climate action agenda as coordinated and managed by Decay. Thank you very much.
Do you first, or do you want to keep on?
To Mr. Moran, because you seem to be a little bit defensive. The weather forecast is my favourite programme, both on the radio and on the telly. I absolutely love it. And I think you do a great job. But I'm talking about the language, and I don't mean it to sound like a semantic argument. Instead of just talking about climate, can we talk more about climate change and human-induced activity as a result of weather extremes? I've only heard it once on the weather forecast as human-induced activity being responsible for weather events. I just think we could up our game on that as a way of shaping the argument in the country, because I know loads of people love the weather forecast and watch it all the time and learn loads from it. So I don't mean to be objectionable to your role, absolutely not.
My only objective was to clarify the situation, and that we've had a long-standing position in relation to climate change. Thank you very much.
I think you've expressed it pretty clearly there. Mr. Williams.
And there's me thinking prime time is your favourite programme. But anyway, let me deal with the thematic issue. You know, the challenge for us, truthfully, is how we make the whole bigger than the sum of the parts. You know, we've evidenced quite a lot of what we're doing. The challenge for us is to bring it all together. And the Director General talked about how we aim to do one of our big picture weeks on this issue later this year. Last year, we began it by looking and addressing the issue of homelessness. Last spring, we looked at mental health. Just before Christmas, we looked at the place of women in Ireland in 2018. And the success of the big picture has been to reach out beyond the core news and current affairs programmes to engage, for example, 2FM in terms of mental health, to drama, to the orchestra, and how we actually harness the resources of RTE together to make the whole bigger than the sum of the parts is what we mean by the thematic issue. You talk about children. We're incredibly proud of News Today, which is our children's news programme that we run, and they have also done a lot in the realm of climate change. And I'm happy to take back the idea of the protest that you mentioned on Saturday, and I'll talk to my colleagues in the newsroom about it for this weekend.
Briefly, Mr. Moore. Oh, sorry, Mr. Walsh. Sorry.
Refer back to the article the Deputy drew our attention to in the Journal. In the WHO guidance regarding attribution of weather events, it says, you know, if you're asked a question like, did climate change cause a particular event, there's no simple yes or no answer to that. And the WHO says, well, that's a poorly phrased question. Now, you try and tell a journalist that essentially they've asked you the wrong question. You get nowhere. So we don't say yes, we don't say no, but we place it in the context of a warming planet and an increase in extremes, and that's how we do. Now, if you're being interviewed by a journalist and you say, well, we can't say yes, we can't say no, and they choose to write a headline saying, Met Éireann said no, well, that's the headline. We don't write the headlines.
Well, no, it was that your staff were told not to link climate change to specific weather events.
No, it was using the guidance from WHO. Okay. The advice to staff is you can't say yes and you can't say no, but you can place it in the context of a warming planet, and you can say things like these type of events are what we're likely to see and are part of the warming trend, but you can't specifically say in real time that this event was or wasn't due to climate change. You could say probability of it occurring is like a loaded dice. The probability of these events occurring has increased, but in real time certainly you can't say for sure that it was or that it wasn't. And if somebody chooses to say, they could quite easily have said, Met Éireann told to link it or not link it. We were told to do neither actually, but place it in the context of the warming planet and the increased likelihood of these events. Okay,
and could I just ask RTE to answer my question about the coverage of the climate emergency bill on fossil fuel extraction? The ending of issuing licences?
Look, Deputy, there are many, you know, we don't only cover one issue, we cover a range of issues, but I'm happy to take that away and I'll write back to you.
You raise it because you state in your submission that your coverage of these issues depends on our legislative action here.
Sure.
And that's a piece of legislation that's quite serious and that
sure.
wasn't covered.
Okay.
When we come to the conclusion of this committee, the big debate is going to be around carbon tax. I'll probably be in a minority in opposition to it, but that doesn't mean that the people are not opposed to it. And I think that should be reflected, because we had the same problem in Parliament over water charges. There was hardly anyone in Parliament against it, but the people were against it. We saw the same in France in relation to carbon tax. So I just note that in your guidelines, you have to cover minority views. So I would think that that's a very important one.
Thank you, Deputy. I'm going to move on to Deputy Stanley.
Thanks. And just to follow on the same theme, the question of climate change, you know, the effects of it are, you know, we're debating a lot about how that's covered. And just to, in terms of, you know, what we do about it, and to refer to the legislative action and what happens here, I would have had this brief in the last Dáil, spokesperson for Sinn Féin on the environment, and I would have been part of the group that would have put that would have produced the committee report for the Climate Action Bill in 2013, 2014, and a lot of the debates on that, you know, and it wasn't as big a subject, I acknowledge that at that time, but, you know, myself and other committee members were, you know, trying to get that covered, and it did need more attention. And, you know, Deputy Smith mentioned one bill. I've introduced numerous bills here that never saw the light of day on any channel, including some, including on RTE, you know, a microgeneration bill, which is mainstream stuff in Germany. It's mainstream stuff right across Europe. Waste reduction bill. I brought forward a policy in terms of Power in Ireland 2030, so as we can actually deal with the effects and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, which is where the debate needs to move to, because we can all say, you know, oh God, isn't all this terrible what's happening? Isn't it just awful what's happening? But really we need to move on the discussion onto, yes, that's grand, we've identified a problem, now what are we going to do about it? And I'm just saying that you know, and I would notice that other bills belong to other people do get coverage, but those bills, and I'm just dealing with a few of the environmental ones I brought forward, you know, didn't see the light of day, either in the print media or in the electronic media, mainstream media. And you might give me a response on that, because you did say that, you know, that your coverage depends on the legislative action, and in terms of, you know, what's happening in here and what political parties are doing about it. And we can certainly account for ourselves in relation to that, and we've done a substantial amount of work that has never been covered by anybody, despite huge efforts we have made. The next question I have for you is just in relation to the waste programme the other night. I saw bits of it because I came in late, and I just literally caught bits of it, and then I was caught out again. But you know, it's very good. I want to compliment you on doing it. I think that's a good idea, because people can relate to what they're doing themselves. But I just think that it would be useful to do the same thing maybe. And I know that the waste is adding to, you know, greenhouse gas emissions, but in terms of our lifestyles in general, you know, you know, our contribution, the fact that we're producing 60 to 70% more greenhouse gas emissions than the average European, you know, how we fare there, you know, just highlighting maybe the practices, you know, the long commutes that people do here, you know, what we can do about it. Similar to what you've done with waste, I think would be very good, and just to be plans in that regard. The other question I have, and the last one for RT, is just in relation to advertising. Half your revenue comes from the licence fee, and rightly so, right? But just in relation to, you depend a lot on commercial revenue, and in terms of, you know, there would be companies giving you advertisement material to put out. That would be there would be companies involved maybe in practices and in industries that would be anything but climate friendly. Do you have any particular policy on that from an ethical point of view? And, you know, because there can be a conflict there. And just in relation to Met Éireann, in terms of, you know, communicating the weather warnings, and I think that's very good. You know, your forecasting has improved in recent years. We are on the edge of the North Atlantic, and it's very difficult. And I've often seen Evelyn trying to, you know, give a very honest picture to people, and I always find it very good. People say it's not accurate, but they don't listen to it properly. If you listen to it, the full duration of it, it's very accurate for people who work outdoor and that. But could I just ask, in relation to, you know, when you give a warning in relation to extreme weather events, and then it doesn't happen maybe in particular locations, and there's one particular case recently in Dublin where just before Christmas, I think, that Dublin traders were, they were basically, complaining about the fact that, Met Éireann said this was going to be, I think this is a red or an orange alert day, and don't come outdoors, and then the shops were empty, kind of thing. So what I'm saying is that I know it's a hard thing to do, but is there need maybe for more refinement in terms of on a regional basis? And I do note that you do make the effort in terms of, where weather patterns are where it's likely to be heavy rain, where there's likely to be flooding or extreme winds. But in terms of those orange and red warnings, just the trying to nuance that. And the last question is just in relation to the attribution question. The one I wanted to ask in relation to that is that there's a memo that was quoted, and there's you have to. I understand you can't say the event earlier this week was caused by global warming, right? But in terms of developing your policy on that and what you communicate out to the public, are you shifting more in the direction of actually saying to people, what's happened over the last, the 4 serious weather events over the last 12 months, for example, that this is, well, there's very few certainties in terms of trying to read the science of it, or in terms of what's happening because weather changes and all of that. But this is global warming. This is the effects of it on Ireland. Just brief answers on those. Thank you.
Mr. Williams
and just
first.
thank Donald for coming in as well.
Mr. Williams first.
Yes, in relation to your bill,
Bills.
Look, bills, plural. Look, on any one day, RTE News and Current Affairs are trying to balance a variety of stories, whether they are terrorist attacks in Kenya, whether it's the fallout of a Brexit vote, whether it's the inquest into the Carrick Mines fire or the trolley crisis. And so the reality is there is a limited amount of airtime, and our editors make editorial judgments. I would be concerned if across the full range of output we weren't reflecting that, and I will, it was before my time, I'll take it back and I'll investigate. But there is, I would find it hard to believe that Oireachtas report, for example, didn't cover bills that were being introduced. And one of the reasons why we've transitioned our Oireachtas coverage away from broadcast in the middle of the night to real-time digital-first reporting is so that actually we can do more reporting about what's going on in the chambers of the Oireachtas, both the Dáil and the Seanad. So I'll take it back and I'll investigate it. I would also just say that we are committed to reporting what goes on here, and we are committed to reporting what legislators are doing, and that's why we have as many people based down here as we do, and that's a big investment in terms of reporting what you and your colleagues do.
On the Met Éireann.
Thank you very much. Chair, there's 2 questions. First in relation to the weather warnings, Deputy, and the others in relation to attribution. In relation to attribution, there's 3 phases to the developments we're engaging in. There's the scientific and technical development to improve the attribution so that we can understand and identify the climate change fingerprint that may or may not exist in any particular event or a sequence of weather events. And this is a very complex scientific task, because the atmosphere is chaotic after all. So it involves very cutting-edge science in terms of mathematical simulations, and we're at the vanguard there and working with leading scientists internationally to do that. The second phase then is to turn that into some sort of an operational service, which will then provide routine updates, perhaps on a seasonal basis, or depending on the scale of the weather pattern that is relevant, perhaps rapidly after it. But it depends on the type of weather pattern. If it's a large heat wave or a drought scenario, then that's more suitable for attribution studies, but something that's highly energetic, like a convective event, that's more difficult to attribute in terms of hard science. But the key issue, which is what has already been touched on in this discussion so far, is the understanding of that information and the communication of that information to the public. When you're communicating any item of information to the public in relation to weather or climate, your two challenges are confusion and mixed messages. So the main exercise in the research that we're doing with our colleagues in Europe is to ensure that there's one consistent, coherent approach, so one message is provided using the very best attribution assessments of past weather events, be they recent or in the last season. So we're working exactly on the question you're talking about, which is improving the communication so public understand and we get the maximum impact of any information we're providing. I'll come to Seamus about that later on. Then in relation to weather forecasting, I will say that there has been a silent revolution really in the accuracy of weather forecasts in the last while. Again, this reflects the developments in mathematical science and physics and the supercomputing facilities available to us internationally within the scientific community. On the specific question in relation to weather warnings, I might actually just hand over to Evelyn to comment on that.
Just briefly, we do warn generally by county. So for the particular incident, it was our warning we have examined. It was very much justified for Dublin. There was a southeasterly gale for 6 hours, accompanied by heavy rain, and I cannot imagine how anyone could have described that as a good day. So that's your answer. We do specifically go temporal and spatial, the warnings, to the best of our ability. So by county, but even within counties, we sometimes might refer to eastern parts of the county or that sort of thing.
Mr. Walsh, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just on the question of attribution, the Deputy asked about the events which you've had in recent years. Now, where there hasn't been a specific attribution study done on an event, for example, we can fall back on the body of work which is being carried out globally on event attribution, and that shows that many, particularly high temperature events, can be attributed in part, or the likelihood of them has been increased because of human-induced activity in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. So there's a body of evidence there that says when extreme events occur that human fingerprints are on them. So we can fall back on that. In the case of some of the extreme weather events which we've had, like Storm Desmond, the winter of 2015-16, and also I've already mentioned the heat wave in last summer, there were actual scientific attribution events or studies which did show that the likelihood of those events had increased. But like I say, if there isn't a specific event, we can fall back on the body of work that's globally in terms of extreme weather events and say that these are part of a trend of increasing severe weather events because of climate change in a global context.
I'm now going to...
Just a question. The question, one of the two that I asked RT was in relation to advertising.
Ethical issues around advertising, I think.
Deputy, the advertising, all advertising is subject to very strict guidelines, and they are, established here nationally for Ireland, and there are some global standards as well. So, to the best of my knowledge, there's nothing specifically around anything to do with, climate related, but certainly I will take it away and look at it. It's something that hasn't come to our attention certainly to date, but the rules around advertising and what can and cannot be advertised are very strict. So I can happily take it away and come back.
I'm going to bring it. We've now moved into our 5-minute slot, so starting that is Deputy Marcella Corcoran-Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to RT and to Met Éireann for coming in here to help us with our deliberations this afternoon. And I'm going to focus on the ancillary recommendation number 1, which is of the Citizens' Assembly, which is that greater emphasis should be placed on positive information to the public, which encourages people to make changes to the aspects of behaviour which impacts on climate change. And of course, everybody has a role to play in that, and the sense we're getting here is that there's a whole of government and a whole of society approach is going to be required to deal with this most urgent issue which is facing humanity today. And both of you, I think, have an incredible amount of responsibility in this regard, because you're trusted, number one, particularly Met Éireann, because people tune in, as everybody says, every day. And I can tell you, when there's an extreme weather event, we're all glued, watching you, Evelyn, and everybody else, telling us that it's not safe to go out. And we trust you, and that's the reality of it. And so we see you as being incredibly important to us in that regard. And RTE, of course, I was amused to read the comment that you made about a cursory review of coverage in the past 6 6 months on this issue demonstrates that RT is making genuine efforts. That happens to coincide with the amount of time that we've been holding our hearings, so I wonder is that anything to do with it, because over the previous 6 years I'm afraid I was a little bit disappointed with RT in terms of balanced coverage around when there was, say, planning issues being discussed and the reasons that people were looking at renewable infrastructure, that there wasn't enough, in my view, accurate information sought to find out why in heaven's name are we doing this, because the climate is changing and we have responsibilities. So I really welcome what you were saying around the idea of looking at something like the Operation Transformation. I really think there's great merit in that suggestion, because people will tune in, and if they think and they get accurate information on what's happening there. And I'm just wondering, will you need funding from a specific department to follow up on something like that? The other thing I wanted to ask RT was in relation to your relationship with Met Éireann. Is there anything in your contract that with them that inhibits them trying to expand on their remit to share information to the citizen around climate action and climate change, or is there anything in there that needs to be looked at in the context of where we are at the moment? Just in relation to scheduling. I'm very interested in the scheduling that I've observed over the last while. John Creedon did a really great, in my view anyway, 3-part documentary called 4 Seasons in One Day, and I was looking forward to seeing it. But it was scheduled in August, on a Sunday at 6:30. Now, I don't know, most evenings I'm out in the fine evenings. Very few people will be inside, and I was just curious about why such a valuable programme, in 2014, mind you, was scheduled at that particular time, and I do appreciate it's before your time, Ms Forbes. But I really felt that more people should have seen that at that time. It would have been incredibly helpful so that the general public would understand that. The other question I had is, Met Éireann, you in the Citizens' Assembly presented to them, and you would have obviously watched on the further recommendations and the one that I was specifically referenced there. Did you take the opportunity to raise that with RT at the time, the fact that that they did recommend that there would be further communications required to get the information out to the general public?
Thank you, Deputy. In any order, who would like to come in first, or T. Forbes?
Happy to, yeah. Thank you for your questions, Deputy. First of all, I suppose, just in the area of funding, I suppose it's well known that we have issues around funding. It's absolutely a problem for us at RTE, and it's a problem to really invest in content, and that's where I would always say that is something we will continue to debate and discuss both here and externally. In relation to Operation Transformation, so for example, there is funding coming from the Department of Health for that programme. They have been a supporter of that, from early days. So again, I think there are ways that we can work with departments to do programmes in that vein. So I think, yes, certainly there are ways that we can look at that. I think the relationship with Met Éireann also, hugely important one to us, and one I think it's fair to say is evolving. I think it's fair to say that the role to date has been very much around the weather forecast, and I think we have been discussing this amongst ourselves as to how we need to evolve that relationship into providing and working with Met Éireann as to how together we can bring more information to the public, particularly around climate change. So that's something we're both working on right now. So I think you will again begin to see that. And I think to various points raised earlier, I think we have to be very mindful of a weather forecast and then also information around climate change. And I think certainly, I think the belief of both of us around this table is that the weather forecast probably isn't the place to have detailed information around climate change. So again, we're working on how we can create, whether it's a seasonal, monthly, whatever it is, slot or place to get more information out there on that. So you will see more of that coming from us. I think it's also important to say, Deputy, that over the last number of months, we developed a partnership with a number of universities, which has enabled us to put together an online forum called Brainstorm. Now, if you go onto rte.ie/brainstorm, you will see a whole range of articles that are put together by various academics. And again, a huge amount of those articles are relating to and discussing climate change. So I think, again, there are ways other than maybe perhaps television that we need to explore, be it with third parties like academic institutions or with Met Éireann, where we can provide information, and that is something that we are actively working on.
Okay. Might bring in Met Éireann on some of those.
I think the Director General of RT has summarised the situation excellently in relation to providing positive information. Certainly, this is encompassed in the approach we've been taking since we put our strategy in place. I will say that. I would point out that our job is to provide what we refer to as the authoritative voice in relation to weather and climate information, and to provide that to the Irish people. And this has to be founded on evidence-based scientific information. I am taken by the comments in relation to how sometimes science isn't as interesting to the public as some of us might think. So we're aware of that. That can turn people off. So it's all about storytelling and plain language, and ensuring that people understand that. So there's a certain degree of we have to transpose the scientific information and transmit it to the public in creative ways. And so I'm quite happy with the summary that's been made so far. Thank you.
Just in relation to scheduling.
Oh, yes.
Well, just to pick up on a point that was just made, we also have very deep partnership with Science Foundation Ireland, and they work with us on a lot of our programming, like Science Week and in Weather Live, that we work, the three bodies work together on that. So we're constantly looking at new ways in terms of funding and how do we do these projects. With regard to scheduling, this is always a contentious issue, even within RTE. As a programme maker, an ex-programme maker myself, I always want my programmes to go out in the best possible slot. We are always fighting with each other about what programmes go out in what slots. And the independent producers and our own producers, there's a whole scheduling area. They look at the audience, they look at the available audience, they look at the profile of the audience who might be there to watch programmes. Sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong. This is let me tell you, this is a contentious matter for us all within broadcasting as to what time our programmes go out. We all want our programmes to go out to the biggest available audience, the other thing I would say is, and this is particularly important now with the advent of our new player, our audiences are accessing our programmes in different ways now. It's not just the linear broadcast. We can see with the numbers, for example, in our recently launched player, the amount of people who are accessing our programmes in playback, non-live and in a non-linear way is growing hugely, even over the last couple of months since we launched the player. So we have a job to do to make people aware of the player, how they can access programmes. We are lucky that we have a back catalogue of programmes, an archive that is very rich. And you can even see in some of the programmes that appear on our new player at the moment, some of the most successful programmes are programmes actually that we've made, 5 and 10 years ago. So there are different ways now to view programmes. So
the adverts like Deputy Dooley, that would be very unfortunate.
Just one real quick on each again. Just from Met Éireann, I must say your website, I can really see that there's a huge change in it, and I was just wondering if, you're trying to think of something unusual. I was looking at some other Met Éireann, not Met Éireann, but other meteorological services, and they were using infographics and animations, and I thought it was really innovative and very appealing to adults and children alike. And the other question I had then was, what? It's gone now. Wait, let's see now. One other one. Anyway, it'll come back to me. I'll think of it. Yeah.
If you wanted to briefly address that.
If you wish. Certainly, there has been an awful lot of innovative work done in relation to communicating climate change concepts and boosting the understanding in relation to climate change, and also kind of extreme weather events in using infographics. So I think this is certainly encompassed in the type of collaboration that the Director General of RT has already mentioned. And these are things we're already considering. So, as I said, we're moving from the scientific layer to the climate services layer to the communications layer. So it's within that communications layer, and we're working on that and building the resources to
It was about the Citizens' Assembly. That was what I forgot to come back in on. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You did an excellent, I think, as junior RT on explaining Brexit. It was done brilliantly. Deputy Neville. You're in
on to the BBC.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to delay the meeting.
Yeah.
Chair, all the questions I had were answered, so thank you.
Senator Devine.
And thank you all. Just very quickly, I suppose I'm going back, flashback to 20 years ago, and well done, Evelyn, and your colleague, Mr. Fleming, for fighting back against the jazzing up and the dumbing down of the weather forecast and keeping professional meteorologists there, because where would we be today when we need serious science behind it? A few of the questions that I wanted to ask was, we've talked about kind of the public perception and the socio and economic impacts of climate change, and trying to get that across at RTE to the ordinary person. The terminology that we use in here can be quite off-putting. I know the BAI, the Broadcasting Authority of Ireland, the Sound and Vision scheme, where you put up certain, titles or topics. Can you prioritise perhaps that you would put, broadcast from the independent producers and prioritise perhaps climate action, climate change or climate information in those competitions when people put in for stuff to be broadcasted on? I don't really have an awful lot more, to be honest, but yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. Yeah, Grant.
Does anyone want to respond to that?
I just say one thing on sound and vision, because Deputy Dooley, I think, mentioned that earlier on as well, and suggesting maybe if there was a section of sound and vision that could be maybe allocated if this committee was looking for recommendations. Like, we would be in favour of that. We think that would be a good idea. I think not only ourselves, but TV3 and independent radio broadcasters would also I think be interested in that. It is an area, particularly I know with local radio and independent broadcasters, that sometimes that they don't, they have the funding to deal with some of these issues, and so I think you would find general consensus within the broadcasting landscape for something like that. But then there are other areas, I would have to say, who would say the same about particular issues. But I suppose it's, it's up to you as a committee to decide, I suppose, what your priorities are, So and that ultimately, in terms of the genres and how that is applied by the BAI, that actually is for the BAI to decide.
Bring in Deputy Pringle.
Sorry.
If you're ready.
I wasn't expecting it there. So a couple of questions, just basically, I won't take way long altogether. Just for RT, just in relation to coverage and that there, and coverage of environmental issues. There was a study published recently from Gluthjack, which analysed 2 weeks of broadcast from Morning Ireland, which is the most popular radio show, finding that just 0.92% of the show was dedicated to environmental matters. So 0.9% across of the most popular radio programme in the country is on environmental issues. I think that says a lot, really, And then I would like to ask you as well, just in relation to the recent programme that was on RT Television, which was sponsored by, what do you call them, Bord na Móna, but it wasn't actually said that it was sponsored by Bord na Móna. So I'm just wondering, how could that happen in that way, and how do we know that that wouldn't happen, say, for example, that an oil company would sponsor a programme about offshore resources, and so you didn't make it known that the programme was sponsored, so therefore how would we know it, and how do we know that it won't happen in the future as well? So I'd just like to see about that, just what you think on that. And then just in relation to Met Éireann, there was sorry, just have it here. There was somebody from Met Éireann was on the radio recently, and they said that we've no way of knowing what effects climate change in Ireland will have. Surely the Met Éireann would know that the effects that climate change have, and that I mean, it's on. I can't remember exactly what programme it was, but you're saying it didn't happen, or your looks are saying it didn't happen. If you'd like to just say that didn't happen, that would be interesting as well, and to put that out there. But I'm nearly certain it was somebody from Met Éireann that was on RTE that made that statement. So if you're saying it's not, well then you can say it's not, and we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Are you done, Deputy Pringle? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
Okay. Thanks very much. This is really the attribution question.
Yeah.
That's what this is about. So, and there's three elements I want to re-emphasise. I know I've said it already. Is that First of all, the science is information. So we're working with the best international research networks, the leading centres in attribution, if you follow me, event attribution, to put in place a reliable, consistent, authoritative system to be able to describe whether or not we can detect the fingerprint of climate change in relation to any particular event. So that's what's happening. The second element is to ensure that that's an operational system in terms of science. Okay? So that's been built as well. The third one, which kind of relates to what you're saying, it relates to how we develop the understanding and how do we communicate attribution information to the public. Because attribution information is slightly different to the normal weather information we get. We all live in a straightforward, deterministic world. We don't live in a probabilistic world. We can't deal with probabilities. That's no use to us in reality if you want to decide whether you're going to have a picnic or not, or put the sandbags out or not. So while attribution provides you with likelihoods, if you follow me, percentages, it is more likely that this particular event would have been, I'm not referring to any particular event, it's just a type of language, it is more likely that a particular event was a more intense downpour, for example, due to a warming world. That's a general comment, but to specifically focus on a particular event in that manner is quite a powerful piece of information and is a wonderful way of being able to communicate the impacts of climate change to the public. In relation to the specific interview you were referring to, Deputy, I don't have it, but certainly I'm not aware of it. I mean, but certainly the general communication that we would provide in relation to any particular event would be to describe the general modification that's taken place to the dynamics of the atmosphere due to climate change, and then to relate that in the way that Seamus has already pointed out to a particular event. But in the absence of any specific attribution study in relation to a particular event, it's very difficult to actually say, yes, this particular event was due to climate change. So I'll turn to Seamus now, but so we would tend to rely on the general commentary that describes how climate change can affect, in a general way, any particular weather event.
So, sorry, if I could just ask, so what you're saying is that in general the weather has been affected by climate change, but with a particular event we can't say that that's been affected by climate change?
Well,
over to Seamus, I think.
Yeah, well, in certain instances you can, if you conduct a specific study into that particular event. But in general, what we can say is, if it's, I think Owen has already mentioned several times about moving this attribution from a scientific footing into getting the information across to the public in a way that they understand it. And there's a lot of debate within the scientific community as to what's the best way to that. And one of the best ways I've heard it being described is that basically we're loading the dice. So before we had weather patterns and they occur randomly as they do, but what we're doing now is, by our human-induced activities injecting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, we're loading the dice. So the chances of particular extreme events are increasing right across everywhere. So in some instances we can say a particular event has been made, say 3 or 4, whatever, 50% more likely, 100% more likely, 400% more likely, depending on how the statistics of the models work out. And that's, I think, a way in which it's more understandable to people, that we're actually loading the dice. Our activity has made these events more likely.
In RTA, there was a question, I think, in relation to advertising.
Let me just answer about Morning Island. I would say that a 2-week sample, Morning Island produces 250 programmes a year. My maths isn't that great, but 10 programmes out of 250 doesn't strike me as terribly representative. Just in the last month, we've had the Minister for Climate Action on talking about the end of the COP summit in Katowice. We've had Mary Robinson on talking about her foundation and climate change. So I'm happy that we could always do more. Of course we can. But climate change and climate action is one of certainly one of these subjects that Morning Island tackles. And I'm afraid that without knowing the period in which the sample was taken, it's very difficult to be specific. But from my perspective, a 10-day sample out of 250, if we were to report something like that, we'd be rightly called out for it.
Well, then why don't you put the facts out there, like, and you have all the time, you have all the time, you have all the days, you have everything. You put it out there and dispute it.
Well, the great advantage about Morning Ireland is that 400,000 people every morning listen to it, so they can judge for themselves.
That's not good enough, I don't think.
I'm going to move on to Deputy Eamon Ryan. Oh, sorry, was another question? Sorry, Mr. Jennings.
So look, yeah, Turf Life was a lifestyle programme that involved some funding from Bord na Móna. You know, the BAI did an investigation into that, and they found that obviously it should have stated at the end of the programme that it was funded, part funded by Bord na Móna. That was a mistake on our part. We put our hands up and said it should not have happened. I'll tell you quite honestly, Deputy, we were pretty annoyed with it, that it got through the way it did get through. So we instigated a review within RT as to how that happened. And the production unit that did that, you know, they are very clear on what the procedures are in terms of this type of programming, and I can assure you it won't happen again. You know.
And Deputy Chambers, who's next, and then Deputy Ryan. Is it okay? You've 5 minutes, Deputy.
Thank the guests. But I didn't hear that.
Just in the nick of time.
I'm just here, yeah. That was
Ryan.
a great coincidence. The only problem is I haven't heard everything that was said, and I apologise for that. I was at the Justice Committee, and as you know, on a Wednesday it's busy in here. So thanks for coming, and read your opening statement. My own questions relate to some of the difficulties around the weather warnings. I know that's been discussed in the office. You have discussed. No, I just want to ask specifically about the colour coding and the confusion that's there. I know that's probably been discussed,
no,
but
that hasn't.
but I actually I don't think there is. I think there's an RT remit in this and a broader remit for the state and the departments. People don't understand or can't properly differentiate between, if they hear red, yellow or orange, I don't think people actually know what the proper behavioural response is. And I think some of the issues have been, I remember the first day of the snow, people, everyone went to work and it was a red warning. And it had gone from being an orange, I think, to a red, and it was suddenly a red, and everyone was out doing what they do every day. And then the following day, it continued to be red and no one moved. But there is that confusion around what the proper behavioural response is, and I know with weather patterns it's fluid situation based on what you can predict. But I think, have you looked at, say, the European norms of trying to perhaps localise weather patterns better and trying to interface that with technology in a greater way, so that, because I think it's part of the problem with this is that if people have overestimated a particular warning on one occasion, they're going to underestimate the following one when they should have taken it seriously. And I think that you know, I think that's definitely a case with some people who've been injured and reckless in not only here but elsewhere. So is there anything there, from a public broadcasting perspective, that you can do to properly remove that confusion so that we can have an appropriate behavioural response, but also that it isn't a case of clickbait that we see with some of the digital platforms, where sometimes weather warnings become a sensationalist kind of profile for media purposes. I'm not saying that's yourselves, I'm just saying that's a general international issue around weather, and people like to know what's coming. And then from a Met Éireann perspective, are you looking at the colour pattern that you have around the four that are there? Because I don't think people know and understand the proper behavioural response. So thanks.
I might start at Met Éireann, if you want.
Very quickly then, thanks. There's an awful lot in your questions there, Deputy. Thanks very much for your excellent set of questions. First of all, the warning system that we apply, it's part of a coordinated European effort. So it's coordinated by UMetNet through the Meteoalarm system. So it is in line with WMO, World Meteorological Organization guidelines, and will be very very much so in line with the European norm. Then the forecasting system that underpins that in terms of our numerical weather prediction modelling systems would be based upon the very best forecasting system worldwide. That's the ECMWS forecasting system, and then our short-range forecasting system is subject to ongoing scientific development, and again would be the very best forecasting system on a very high resolution nationally. So that's really, we consider our mission to ensure that the systems are like that. Now, in relation to warnings, red warnings are very serious and they need to be paid attention to. Same in relation to orange warnings and yellow warnings. So that is quite a serious issue, especially when we're dealing with high-impact weather events during extreme weather. Our focus is on avoiding confusion and avoiding the mixing of messages. And these are two things we focus on, especially within the 48 hours leading into a severe weather event. So that authoritative source is important. In relation to the specific questions in relation to any confusion that might arise in relation to weather warnings, our weather warnings are in fact advice. They're heralding the possibility of a particular high-impact weather event in the future in the context of meteorology. Of course, we're at the interface between high-impact weather and societal response. But international best practice has identified weather warnings as the best mechanism to reach into the universe, the information universes we all tend to exist in, and to grab the attention, raise the awareness of citizens and decision makers so that they take the appropriate action. I might pass over to Evelyn for any comments she might have to make.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy. And then we relay those warnings and advice through, obviously, the National Emergency and Coordination Group, and Met Éireann is a major part of that. And just in relation to confusion with warnings, unfortunately, you're talking about clickbait or something, there are individuals or spurious warnings being issued, and unfortunately Met Éireann has no control over that, and we're very worried about it and we're studying it, and I personally have contacted various agencies who are issuing these warnings totally without any meteorological background, and we're very, very concerned about that.
And Deputy, I think from our point of view, particularly when it comes to severe weather warning like we had last year, and the involvement of the National Emergency Centre, we worked hand in hand with both Met Éireann and the National Emergency Centre at that time. So again, what we were ensuring was that we were getting the information out to the public as quickly as could happen, whether that meant live broadcasts, whether it meant information on TV, on radio, online. So we were working, hand in hand. So the information that was coming to the public was when and where we were getting it. I think we all learned probably a lot from that, and I think there's been various follow-up sessions afterwards. But I do think that certainly from our point of view, we were best endeavours to ensure the public was as warned and as aware of what was happening as we were, and we would get the information out there.
Very briefly, just in a space where there's no weather alert, are you looking at trying to communicate from a public broadcasting perspective, say what Evelyn mentioned around the miscommunication that can occur, and that perhaps trying to centralise people's information towards Met Éireann rather than towards... I think it'd be a worthwhile exercise, because I honestly believe, I think there is huge confusion, and I think, as I said, the overestimation leads to the underestimation, which can be fatal, and I think there is a confusion out there. The people say, sure, it was red, the last one was red and we didn't see the consequences, or they believed it was red when it mightn't have been issued by Met Éireann, and then they underestimate what's coming. So I think that's a big issue that I don't think the public out there fully understand, and with climate change, obviously these weather events are going to occur in a greater way.
Evelyn Cusack-in.
Just obviously RT exclusively use Met Éireann warnings, and...
No, it's not RT, I'm just making a general point.
No, but... you know, really, and we have an office, we work with RT, we have a meteorologist on site, not 24/7, every day of the year. So, you know, we work hand in hand with RT to get the Met Éireann warnings to the public. And we were both camped out for the best part of a week during Storm Emma, the RT reporters and the Met Éireann people.
Just very quickly, just reassure the Deputy, the whole communications mechanism that is warnings is subject to ongoing refinement and evolution. So this is something that we're seeking to continuously improve and refine. So that is it. And I would like to echo the comment by the Director General of RTE, the agility and the flexibility and the effectiveness of the working together that we engaged in during the extreme weather events of the last 18 months have been an enormous learning exercise, and so it actually shows how the two organisations work together so effectively.
Deputy Ryan.
Very much indeed. A question from Met Éireann. Professor Ray Bates, former head of research in Met Éireann, said in an article just before Christmas in the Farmers Journal with regard to the IPCC report on the difference between a 1.5 degree world and a 2 degree world, a very alarming report. He said in that article in the Farmers Journal that the IPCC report does not merit being regarded as a scientifically rigorous document. Would you agree with that?
I might come to our head of research in relation to this in a minute. The main purpose that we're here today is to communicate, to work on how we can actually improve our climate information to the public, and to ensure that we have a clear, consistent message to the public in relation to it, so that we can support the wider agenda of climate action. And in Met Éireann, we focus on communicating the WMO, the advice we get from the WMO, the advice we get from the IPCC, and that's the key. That's the key bedrock. That is the bedrock upon which we actually build the information we provide and the advice we provide to the users and decision makers and policy makers and politicians and so on and so forth. Now, having said that, in any discussion, it is important that all views and all evidence-based views and rationale are taken into account. This is an important aspect of the scientific debate that can take place in relation to any scientific matter. But the findings in relation to how the climate is changing and how the world is warming and how it's impacting our weather and the rising, the increase in frequency of extreme weather is very clear. And it's unequivocal, and it should be taken as an unambiguous statement from Met Éireann that extreme weather is on the rise, and the warming of the world is warming, and climate change is a reality.
Is that a yes or no to my question? Okay. Can I ask a further question? In the same article, Professor Bates said, as a practising professional, I do not see the current scientific evidence as indicating we are in a state of planetary emergency. As scientists, knowing the science, do you think we are in a state of planetary emergency?
Certainly climate change has quite rightly been described as one of the greatest challenges that's facing us as a society, both internationally and nationally. Climate change is a global problem. It is a huge challenge to us scientifically, socially, economically, so on and so forth. So certainly climate change is an enormous challenge which we have to step up to, we have to address at a societal level. So I hope that answers your question.
Last of these questions is in regard to what Professor Bates is saying. He's saying that the Citizens' Assembly had not received impartial scientific advice on the climate change issue. Do you agree or disagree with that?
The Citizens' Assembly, as far as I understand it, certainly did receive impartial scientific advice, and as I mentioned earlier on, we found it a great honour to have the opportunity to provide the advice that we did at the Citizens' Assembly, Deputy. So,
in the very short time, it's very hard to go into the science. It could be very interesting to really delve into the science, but a friend has asked, who's very interested in the area, that there's a concern that forecasting programs, the modelling, even with all these new supercomputer systems now, that in the 5 to 10 day range is finding real difficulty forecasting range, finding real difficulty coping with the changing weather patterns that are being caused by climate change. In other words, the system is changing so much at the moment that some of our modelling systems are starting not to be able to measure some of the 5 and 10 day forecastings that we would expect to be able to do.
Okay. I think we're getting into a major area of technicality. I'll answer this. The part of the task of a weather forecaster is to obviously try to provide information on what the weather may look like in the next 5, 10, 2-week period, or even a month. So that sometimes you can actually look at a weather forecaster and decide that in actual fact what the weather forecaster is doing is predicting the predictability of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is a chaotic system. It's referred to as a dynamical system. And the predictive capability we have and skill, which is increasing at pace, I can tell you scientifically, is remarkable compared to the last 10 years. Every year we acquire another 1 day's predictive capability. This is using the very best forecasting capability in the world. Now, the way we do this is we use what's called an ensemble system. I won't go into the technicalities, but instead of running one forecast, we run 51 simultaneous forecasts on a supercomputer. And this allows us to capture the chaotic, dynamical nature of the atmosphere and all possible thermodynamic outcomes that could possibly occur in the next 1 to 2 weeks. And this is subject to continuous refinement and tuning to capture all possible outcomes. And the ECMWF model, which is the leading forecasting model in the world, is a leader in this area. As we trend into the future and as we move into a warmer world, the physics and the dynamics of the atmosphere are going to change. And I would certainly say that the nature of extreme weather is something that we're going to have to work on quantifying. And we refer to this as the future weather challenge, because we have to remember the difference between climate and weather. And I invoke the phrase that weather is what you expect. Climate is what you expect and weather is what you get. And this is because as we move into the warmer world scenarios in the coming decades, we'll actually see the chaotic face of weather and atmospheric dynamics emerging in that period of time. So the science of meteorology and what we're learning from climate models are merging to encompass the capability that we're learning from climate models and forecasting models to improve our forecasting capability.
Just last two, if I can, Chair, just 2 points for RTE. First, Mr. Williams, it's true that RTE didn't have what BBC had with the Nigel Lawson judgment, but I'd have to be honest, representing maybe people from the environmental community. It's changed recently, but for many, many years, the dominant framing narrative in RTE was always sceptic versus advocate. To the point that really respected, decent people in the scientific and climate and environment community boycotted RTE because we were only ever going on to run up against a sceptic to be fodder for, it's a good story, but it's not enlightening. And that's the reality of what people, and I'd love if we needed to go back and do the archive, but from personal experience, it was always, you're always up against a sceptic.
I hope, Deputy, that I've been able to reassure you that we don't seek to balance climate change deniers and scientists. What we aim to do is be fair and impartial. And we would be failing in our responsibility if we didn't reflect that 97% of scientists agree that climate change is man-made. So I'm afraid I can't answer for what happened previously, and I'm grateful to you for acknowledging that things have improved recently.
Lastly, if I can, just briefly, and on this issue of funding, can I say to the Director General, I'd be very sceptical or very wary about going down a road, either through the Broadcasting Fund targeting particular areas or using, the Department of Communications, Climate Action and Environment. If we went down the line where the Department was funding programming, I think it's better that you keep your independence and keep your editorial. Your job is to provide a sceptical, critical, analytical storytelling. And not to, once you go down to funding for specific categories or even areas of programme, or even listening to any of us here saying that any bill should get coverage, I just think that's the ruin of our public service broadcasting. You should go to that department and get a licence fee increase, as we've recommended, or some of us in this committee have recommended, and then use the funding. This is, as the head of Met Éireann said, the biggest story to be told. It's the biggest ecological, social, economic, environmental story of our times, and surely your journalistic skills will realise that, and realise it has to be told now in increasingly difficult, interesting ways. You get the funding separately. If you tie the funding to the story, we're not going to tell it well.
Thank you. I might move on to Senator Paul Daly.
Well, thanks, Chair. I didn't realise I was next.
Yeah, I can come back to if you were not ready.
No, very briefly, most of the questions that I had in mind have been asked. I suppose just to, and it's a more scientific and it's more hypothetical. Why we've ascertained already that climate change is a reality, whereas weather events we can't say yes or no that they're climate change caused or orientated. Why is there no consistency in the change in the weather? As in, if 2010 we had a damnable winter freeze, and the word in the street, and I use that term, the word in the street, it wasn't scientifically backed up, was this is going to be every winter from now on because of climate change. We've hardly had a nice frost since. We've had real mild winters. You know, last year then we have a drought, and we may not have who knows, we haven't had a drought for the previous 10 years. And you know, it's probably not possible to answer the question, but we all know there's changes. Our weather is changing because of climate change. But why is it not? Why is there such diversity in the change? Why is there? Can you answer that in any way? How come there is no consistency in the change?
Okay, very briefly, I mean, this is the $16 million question, I think. So, largely speaking, when you're warming the atmosphere, there is on a very large scale, you're looking at a fundamental change in the gradient between the tropics and the Arctic, to look at the hemisphere in a very simplistic way. And this is altering, one impact that has is it's altering the dynamics of the upper part of the atmosphere, halfway up through the atmosphere, referred to the upper, to the jet stream. And the jet stream is normally kept in a strong east to west zonal pattern. But when you loosen or when you weaken the gradient between the tropics, which is and the Arctic, that creates a lax or a meandering pattern, which can then produce this inconsistency in the weather. And one manifestation of this could be the fact that we're looking at at the moment we're looking at a polar solar stratospheric warming event, which is the second polar stratospheric warming event that we've had in the last 10 months. But this is a manifestation of the same effect, where the polar vortex is in a lax, meandering mode, producing the effects that we're experiencing, or the Northern Hemisphere is experiencing at the moment. This is producing an inconsistency, to use the language you've chosen there, Senator. So this is I'll be glad to discuss this with you, and you're very welcome to come and visit us, and the committee is very welcome, and we can elaborate on this any further.
Okay, thank you. Senator Ian Marshall.
Thanks, Chair. I suppose just one thing. Most of the questions have been answered, and it's interesting because I come from a part of the countryside where the only safe topic for discussion is actually the weather. The one non-political thing you can talk about to a stranger. The point I'd like to pick up was with an RTE point with the Director General. It was interesting because you said that you had 94% penetration, which is fantastic. It's a fantastic access you've got. But you also went on to say that there's no substitute for public information campaigns. When I look in a UK context at the millions that were put into informing the public about our impact on climate and environment, and actually the David Attenborough Blue Planet had more impact than anything else that had gone before. Is it time to look at this different, because we're judged through this court of public opinion and what the populist opinion and especially what comes out of the mouths of those people that are regarded as popular and, I hate to use the word celebrity, but is there actually a better way to communicate this to the general public, to say that these are the things that you can do differently as an individual that will impact and really make a difference in climate change? Attenborough did that, and we all, and I mean the capital, we all look at our use of plastics differently. I've got people from aged 8 to 80 who have changed from the Blue Planet was broadcast.
Deputy, I think Senator, I think it's a combination of factors. I think the first thing that certainly what we are hearing from the public is the public would like to know what can be done. I think there is a need for clarity on what are the mitigating factors that the public can actually do. I think perhaps the area of plastic has been, well discussed, and the fact that this country, for example, banned plastic bags a number of years ago has made, real impact. So I think the first thing is, there needs to be, I think, a clarity around what can be done. And then I think, and it's not for me or this room to decide here today, what form that then takes. And I think until those mitigating factors and that clear communication around what needs to be done, what can be done, once that's clear, I think, we can put heads together as to who should communicate it and how it should be. I guess where I was using the reference to road safety, for example, road safety, I think, is a very good example of, a collective coming together and making a real priority around, ensuring that the public knew what to do to ensure that their cars were safer, that driving conditions were better, that safety belts were being worn. There was a combination of things that happened to make a campaign work. So I think the first thing is, what are the things that can be done, and then how we communicate can be sorted after that.
And then just picking up on Deputy Dooley's point, the reality is climate change is the reality, but it's making that reality a reality for the general public. Is there an opportunity, when you look at the Met-Éireann positioning within the RT scheduling, that actually there's a fantastic opportunity to get sound bites out there about behavioural changes that people can make that will actually make a difference? And it's rather than the big advertising campaign, it's a drip, drip, drip daily feed and a continuum of information and just short, sharp sound bites about behavioural change. Is that a possibility?
I think the important thing here is as to what the information is. And I think, again, what we have committed to collectively is sitting down and really figuring out, A, what information needs to get out there, and secondly, then, how we communicate it. As I mentioned earlier, the weather slot after, on the news, for example, is huge. It's hugely popular. It's a very important slot, and people watch in big, big numbers. Is that the place for sound bites? Probably not. But again, how we use our websites, how we use radio, how we use perhaps voices and faces. But this is something that I think we're working on. We need to find an answer to that. And again, I think we've got to be very careful with the word soundbite. It needs to be based in fact. It needs to be, again, part of an overall communication campaign which is clear to the public. By doing X, Y, and Z, we will make an impact.
I would agree, and just one clarification. I mean, there is a space for innovation, and as Director General of RT has said, we're actively working on that. I would just point out that, of course, our function is to provide climate information, so it's the hard, scientific, evidence-based information. But of course, that is in support of the wider climate action agenda, and of course, the Department of Communications and Climate Action and Environment. It has to be any information we provide would have to be in support of their overall broader national climate action communications approach and initiatives.
Thank you. Deputy Sherlock.
Thank you very much, Chair. Somebody once said, don't knock the weather, because if it wasn't for the weather, 9 out of 10 conversations would never start. And I think if you look at the
the hearings that we're having here today, there's a clear obsession with the weather. And if you kind of follow that logically, then the weather, to me, seems to be the mechanism by which you can communicate so much, because Irish people are obsessed with it, and you can use it as a tool with which to disseminate information to people who may not have a conceptual understanding of what climate change might be. So therein lies an opportunity, if you will. So I'd be very conscious of the fact that we can't put too much of an onus on RTE. I mean, it's not like you have such a wide remit, you're only collecting so much from the broadcasting fee, and it would be very easy for us to say RTE need to be doing more and more and more. I know that there is an Audience Council report going back to 2014. I don't know if there's been one subsequent to that, but where there was a very clear messaging within that about the need for greater messaging around climate change. And, you know, I think we have to take in good faith what has been said here today in respect of, you know, the various initiatives that you're involved in through programming, through Science Foundation Ireland, and inculcating, you know, more stories, if you will, through current affairs programmes such as Morning Ireland. So we have to take that in good faith. I think that and forgive me if you'll correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misinterpreting Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. So if you take the fact that the medium of television and the schedule on, you know, television is very limited, and I take the point that you're making in respect of the weather slots. You know, how do you communicate within, you know, is there an opportunity to communicate within those weather slots? I would contend that probably not. But if Met Éireann and RT are partnering through the player you have an infinite opportunity to message to countless numbers of people, and I think therein lies the opportunity, because we are all now dependent on the player. I can't be at home at 9 o'clock necessarily, I can't be at home at, you know, 10 o'clock in the morning, but I can watch programmes back, and that is a major resource. Now, if we have meteorologists who are talking about attribution, the attributional effect. Now, I think we need to do more about disseminating language as well into a discourse that ordinary people can understand. But I think it is very impactful that if we have Met Éireann partnering with RT on the player to disseminate very bespoke, simple messages around the effects of weather patterns in 3, 4, 5-minute segments, it would become as popular as a YouTube clip, and there's no reason why you couldn't use YouTube as a medium as well to get that message out. So I think we have an opportunity here. I think this has been very informative, Chair. And, you know, the one question I have really is my lack of understanding about how Met Éireann sees its remit. I understand the partnership between RTE. I understand the element of the dissemination of information, but does Met Éireann see its role as being an advocate for messaging around the dire impacts of climate change? Because I think in respect of your statement earlier, you did state that, you know, it's unequivocal. You used the word unequivocal in relation to the evidence base that exists around climate change. Do you then, if you're taking that to a further, along, do you see your role as being a disseminator of, or an interpreter of the science, and a disseminator of a message then in respect of that? Because I sense some reticence, and correct me if I'm wrong, from Met Éireann about Met Éireann's role. I understand the partnership and the dynamic between yourselves and RTE, and we all come to depend on the weather reports. They're part and parcel of our lives. But I sense some reticence on the part of Met Éireann about where you see yourselves in terms of the dissemination of the message to the wider populace. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Met Éireann like to respond.
Thanks very much. That's an excellent question, I have to say. And when you work in Met Éireann, one of the key things is to understand where the line is drawn. So, and this is an issue when you're forecasting the weather. Our job is to, and this is the language we used, is to support impact-based decision-making. So we're providing weather forecasts, but it's to support your decision-making, the public's decision-making, the decision-makers' decision-making. Now, we don't just issue a forecast and walk away from it. It's important to understand what decisions you make, what thresholds affect you in relation to weather. And then to take those into consideration when we parcel the information, when we form our messages, how we interact with the audience is then flavoured by our understanding of how you're making your decisions, if you understand what I'm saying. So the same approach applies in relation to climate change. So it's again, we're supporting impact-based decision-making in relation to climate change. So that involves understanding at a community level, at an individual level, at a societal level, what the thresholds are, what will affect your planning, what affects your decision-making, if you follow me, and then packaging the information in a manner that meets your requirements. And some of those packets have to be very specialised, and some of them need to be, as you say, and quite rightly, and I thoroughly support this, we need to transpose the scientific information into plain language. I'm quoting the words that are being used here today, into the vernacular. Right? It needs to be part of everyday life. This is important. This is part of our role as scientists, to be able to provide an explanation in the language that everybody uses. So the key thing is, if you're detecting reticence, I'm sorry about that, but what it is us struggling to try to explain what we do. And this is part of the purpose of our statement, is to explain clearly what we do. We provide climate information, conscious of what that information is to be used for. We have to maximise the impact and the usefulness of that information. It's an enormous asset. But we don't tell you what to do with that information. As scientists, you shouldn't cross that line. That's an important line that shouldn't be crossed. But we should inform ourselves as to what impact the weather has or the climate will have on you. You just raised attribution, and in relation to attribution, I agree, attribution isn't a great word in terms of plain language, and we'll have to work on that. But in terms of the expectations that have arisen in relation to attribution, part of what we'll be doing is explaining yet again that the attribution isn't a cure-all. It is a very valuable source of information, but the way it's communicated and the understanding of that information is complex in itself also.
And you see, the key point on the attribution for me is that we're all policymakers around this table, and we are of a certain age range, if you will, and there are those who are much younger than us who are ahead of us, but there are those who are maybe at our age range and maybe older, who are voters, who are consumers, who, if the causal link is more widely understood between weather patterns and the effects of climate change and the heating of the planet, which is attributable to by human behaviour, it can influence how individual consumers or citizens make decisions about how they consume energy, the type of car they drive. And somewhere there is a role for, as I see it, Met Éireann in terms of drawing a line between the two, if you know what I mean, to link the two. As a result of the weather change, the weather is changing as a result of the planet heating. If we did X, that would have a bearing. People, Deputy Heydon earlier on made the point about the daffodils in bloom in January. I mean, we were going into the Christmas period this year at 12 degrees. Now, I asked people older than myself, do they ever remember Christmases of 12 degrees? And in their living memory, no. And these were people in their 70s, right? But that's not to say that it hasn't happened in the past. But yet there's a gap between, that is as a result of the heating of the planet. It has to be, if the science is to believe. But how do you then link behavioural change with that very fact? And that's where I think Met Éireann has a role to play. Forgive me if I've gone on too long, Chair.
Expressed, and I want to come back in on it, because it would help because Met Éireann is often mentioned here by members of the committee, but we want to work with you in ways to do that. So I don't know if you want to. I know it's very nuanced here, but maybe there's a solution somewhere.
Yeah. I think we're kind of getting to a key point here, and that's why we're so happy, so glad to come here. The people who work in Met Éireann are mathematicians and physicists and meteorologists and engineers and scientists and things like that. So this is the core competency that defines the type of people we are and what we do. We really don't have a role, if you look at our mission, in affecting behavioural change or monitoring emissions or dealing with policy issues in relation to climate action. But we do support the overall wider climate action agenda by providing climate information. So the overall message in terms of initiating individual action by society or communities or individual citizens of the Irish public or decision makers, those actions will have to be motivated by the information. Well, we can contribute to the motivation of those actions with the information we can provide. But it's important to understand we're not competent to provide, to advise on what you should do on the basis of that information, if you understand me. We work on the science, we provide the projections, and we provide that information. There is a distinction. At this stage, that's our role, and it's important people understand
internationally, sorry for interrupting you, internationally, is that the role of meteorological services internationally? Is there any overlap in the messaging, or is that just specific here to Ireland, to Met Éireann, that your mission?
Well, different Met services have different compositions from an organisational point of view. Some meteorological services directly interface with these type of activities. So really the set of different type of organisational setups is quite diverse even within Europe.
So that, from my perspective of politicians, if you look at what the Met Office in the UK do, and indeed some others, they're far more stronger in expressing the issue of climate change, or have been.
Deputy Sherlock, very briefly, I wanted to let you go because you were on a good trail of thought, I think, for the other members here.
No, I appreciate that I've gone a bit over time, Chair, in terms of the slot and so on. I suppose for D. Forbes, I mean, there is the question about whether or not there is the Audience Council, because I don't understand how the Audience Council works. I don't expect you to answer that at the moment. Was the 2014 Audience Council the last Audience Council, and has there been another one in the intervening period? And are you getting the same messages from the Audience Council if there has been another report in the intervening period in respect of the need for messaging around climate change? So that's. And you can come back to me at some other stage on that if you want to.
I'll happily answer, Deputy.
Yeah.
Just for the benefit of everybody, the Audience Council is a council that is sort of overseen by the board of RTE. We have a number of councils, and that is one that is, it's under the auspices of the board. The board put a call out for voluntary members to be part of the Audience Council, and in a given year, the Audience Council fulfil a number of duties, as sort of determined by the board of that particular period. Also important to say the Audience Council isn't the only way that we will get feedback from the public. I think that's the very important thing. Again, I know the report you're referring to, Deputy. That was done at that time. We haven't used the Audience Council for something like that in recent times that I'm aware of, but I will certainly check. However, I think what we now have, that we might have had in 2014, is much more engagement with the public. The public are very, very quick and happy to engage via email. We have our own audience panel, in fact. We have a panel that we use regularly to check in on topics of informing editorial, checking on various surveys. And again, we have used it to that level, you know, to again get a gauge from this group as to, you know, what's important and what's not. What would they like to see more of from RTE, what not? So again, this is where we get, I suppose, temperature checks on what's relevant to the audience. And also we hold regular focus groups with our audience around the country. And that's where we're hearing from the public. And indeed, you take many of our radio shows where you have audience ringing in to talk about a topic. You hear it loud and clear. So I guess the Audience Council isn't the only place that we will get reaction from the audience.
I think if Met Éireann did something like a focus group on the issue of climate change and dissemination of messages and so on, I think you'd yield some wonderful information. Because I just want to end on a very positive note, because I think there is an inherent trust of Met Éireann, and that's a key thing. And that trust is something that I think is your greatest asset. even though we don't always like the reports that we get from you, but anyways.
Mr. Sullivan, and I will let you come back in at the very end, 'cause I'm sure her questions are
Excellent
going to be
point to be made,
related, I have a feeling. Yeah.
Directly on from that. So, to my understanding, you provide a public service, and I understand, Mr. Moran, that you say that your competencies are really in the STEM area, the science area. That's where your expertise is. And then we have the problem of communication. So, I mean, you have all this superb resource, you have the trust of the public, and you don't have the competency in terms of the communicator to get the message across. That concerns me. And is this something that you could do? And should the government be resourcing you there? Because this could be like the critical link. This is where we're missing. You have your trust, all the competencies and expertise, but we're not getting the communication across to the public. Second point is in terms of attribution. So, and impact-based decision-making. The precautionary principle. So you are telling me that, that I'm hearing from you, you're taking a very conservative approach to this, to climate change, to an extent. That, that we have this precautionary principle mechanism. And I'm wondering, do you use that? So can you advance that? Because we all recognise here, which is great, we're moving on, that climate change is happening. As Mr. Walsh said, the recognition of global warming, of greenhouse gas emission increasing, these are all critical, that message is coming through. So I'm just wondering, as I said, my sense is you're erring on the side of caution, conservative approach, and I'm just wondering, could the precautionary principle be used in order to move the whole messaging forward in a more proactive way, so that the listener and those who are dependent on your message, that they're forearmed by your message, so that they're getting the warning. So that's just following on from the previous questions. The second is to Ms. Forbes, and that has to do with my, again, interpretation of the information you're giving us here today is, climate change is complex. It's so complex that we better just not do anything, not take action. Instead, what Senator Marshall suggested, which I would absolutely support 100%, is that as a service provider, RTE could be doing lots of little actions, so little messaging. How can the consumer, what actions can we take? And that can happen through a whole array of programmes. So for instance, if we want to decrease the amount of emissions going into the atmosphere, we can drive slower in our cars. So, that immediately will have an effect if people slow down when they're operating a vehicle. So, for instance, fill up your glass with glass water from the tap. You don't need to be buying plastic bottles full of water that you don't know how long it's been sitting there. So I'm just wondering, can we again move away from the complexity, recognise the problem, embrace it, grasp the nettle, embrace it, and say, right, as the service provider, we in RTE are going to start now to use every opportunity to inform the observer or the public as to what actions we can start taking right away. So we, instead of just talking, we can get on and really move into action. So could that be done? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thanks for the question, the observations. And I think it's important to say, first of all, that we're not sitting here today saying it's so complex, we're going to do nothing. And I really hope that hasn't come across, because that's not the intention at all. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I think what I said was that some of the areas around emissions and carbon is a complex subject, and we have to figure out how we can best get that messaging across to the public, and that's what we're working on right now. But I think, again, going back to your point about how can we get actions out to the public. I mentioned Claire Byrne on Monday evening. There was a segment on Claire Byrne Live, very, very practical. There were, I think, 4 kind contributors talking about how you reduce waste. And they all gave examples. So I think that's just one on Monday night just gone. So, I do think, Deputy, we are making, much more bigger efforts in that space. But coming back to the point I said earlier, I do think there needs to be clarity, and we all need to be, I suppose, maybe better informed on, by doing X, it will do Y. And that's the piece where I think that there needs to be more discussion. And what is the message that we want to get out there? What are the 5 things that we as a society can do that will make an impact? And how do we then communicate that? And that's the piece I think is missing at the moment. We all have some bits of information. We know that by, as you say, by driving slower we can reduce emissions. But that's one topic. We're hearing other things where the kids are a lot of talk about, animals and what animals and their habitat and what's happening there. But I just think we need clarity around actions that we can do to make an impact. And then we get behind that and we communicate that. So that's where I think there's a gap at the moment. And that's what we're hearing from our viewers and listeners. Tell me what I can do, because when we put out programmes, whether it's around waste management or it's like Claire Byrne, we get huge reaction from it. And I think the public do want to know, okay, what can I do? What can I practically do that will make an impact? And therefore then we get behind that.
Just to add to what the Director General said, just last week, Philip Boucher-Hayes on Drive Time did an entire piece about how individuals can make their own contribution towards climate action. And, RTE is organised in a very devolved way. The individual programme teams take these challenges on for themselves rather than being directed from the top. And as we evidenced earlier on, the staff are very engaged in this themselves and are looking for ways to tell this story. And whether it's Claiborne on Monday or Drive Time on Radio 1 last week, the evidence is there.
Finally, Mr. Moore, and just to wrap up on this whole section, thank you.
Very much. And just following on what has been said here, I completely agree with what has been said here. And I note that this is in line with the Department of Communication and Climate Action and Environment approach. It's that bottom-up approach. So this national dialogue on climate action is to engage at a local and a regional and a community level to ensure that that kind of transformation agenda that's essential now over the coming decades is implemented in a very effective way. So that is a key thing. I want to touch on a few questions very quickly that have been raised. First, in relation to focus groups, that's an excellent idea. And this is at the heart of the impact-based decision-making approach. I will say that we have, on an ongoing basis, and it may not be visible, on a serious number of seminars and various conferences with the public. So, and these would be, and during these conferences and seminars, we consciously bring in a diverse set of experts from a policy area, from a political area, from a scientific area, and we end up having discussions very similar to the discussion we're having today, I can say. But the key, our key communication goal is for the public and for those who are attending to have a real understanding of the weather, have a real understanding, can actually place a personal attachment, can achieve that personal attachment with how the climate is changing and how it is expected to change. And that's a hugely powerful message and a very powerful communication goal to achieve. And that's the contribution we make. Okay? And the line stops, in a sense, which is a negative way of putting it, but the line stops at climate information. I think we have a huge role to play there. This is part of a structured national climate change communication strategy. It has to be part of that approach, which again is coordinated very ably by the Department of Communications, Climate Action and Environment. In relation to the question that Senator Sullivan had in relation to the scientific approach we take. The scientific approach we take can be described as providing the very best explanation out of the set of all competing explanations. That's kind of in a loose way a description of how the science of meteorology and climatology works. largely speaking, it's focusing on the consilience of evidence to arrive at the most reasonable explanation, the best competing explanation possible. So largely speaking, I wouldn't really see this as a precautionary principle. It's identifying the most plausible, best explanation. I hope that answers that question there. In terms of communication, again, I'm repeating myself a little bit. In terms of, it's analogous to the way we provide weather forecasts. The way we provide weather forecasts is we have an authoritative voice. We have a trusted, familiar source. And of course, this is hugely enabled by our colleagues in RTE. And then provide timely, accurate, actionable information that's understandable so that people can take actions. We don't tell people what actions they should take, but we design the information so that it will actually provoke the action and then lead to the best societal outcomes. That is analogous to how we are moving towards communicating climate change. Climate change is we're working on providing the most relevant, salient, understandable climate information to support the wider climate action agenda, which again is being driven and quite rightly and ably coordinated by the Department of Communications, Climate Action and Environment. I hope I've answered all those questions.
Yeah. Thank you very comprehensively, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you all. I know it's been a long session, both RTE and Met Éireann, for coming before us today. I think it was very important and helpful. You're the last of our witnesses in our deliberation, and we now have Machna Firma coming in, so this is the last day of our witnesses coming before us. So thank you very much. We're now going to suspend the meeting to allow Machna Firma to take their seats. Thank you. I would like to welcome Mr James Healy, President of Macra na Firma, who is accompanied by Derry Dillon, also from Macra na Firma, and thank you both for waiting for this session. Our final witnesses to come before the Special Committee on Climate Action. So before we commence, I'll just read out some formalities. I wish to advise the witnesses that by virtue of Section 17(2)(1) of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to this committee. If you're directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you're entitled thereafter only to a qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You're directed that only evidence connected to the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you're asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise or make charges against any person, persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or her or it identifiable. Finally, members are reminded of the long-standing ruling of the Chair to the effect that members should not comment on, criticise or make charges against a person outside the House or an official by name or in such a way as to make him or her identifiable. And I'll now ask Mr James Healy, President of Macra na Firma, to give your opening statement.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. TD Senators, good evening. Macra na Firma welcomes the opportunity to present the views of young trained farmers on this complex issue of climate change and to provide our perspective on the recommendations by the Citizens' Assembly to the Joint Committee on Climate Action. My name is James Healy, Macra na Firma National President, and I am joined here today by Derry Dillon, Macra na Firma Agricultural Affairs Manager. This year, Madam Chair, Macra na Firma celebrates 75 years of representing, supporting and developing young farmers to help them overcome the challenges they and their communities face. Environment and climate change are a challenge, but are also an opportunity, and young farmers are willing to play their part by embracing new science, technologies and management practices that will help make us climate leaders. Today, young farmers are establishing their businesses in the context that Ireland is a world leader in the area of sustainable auditing and carbon footprinting under the Origin Green programme. The targets set out in both Food Harvest 2020 and Foodwise 2025 shape the future of agriculture in relation to the production levels and our environment. The multifunctional role and multiplier effect of farming means that, along with the production of food, the EPA Environment Assessment in 2016 states that farmers and farming can provide valuable ecosystem services to society, such as safe clean water, regulation of nutrient cycles and enhancement of biodiversity. Vitally, when discussing the contribution agriculture has to the total greenhouse gas emissions, it should be remembered that Ireland has a very small cohort of heavy industrial contributors of GHG emissions when compared to the rest of Europe. This exaggerates agriculture's output of GHGs relative to our European colleagues and is often used to portray Irish agriculture in a negative light. Telling the full story on climate change is very important. For example, Irish dairy emissions are the lowest in the EU, just over 1 kilogram of carbon per kg of milk solids produced, and our emissions are continually declining on units of food our farmers produce. From a carbon credit perspective, agriculture does not always receive its fair share of credit. For example, grassland, which is an acceptable carbon sink from a scientific point of view and recognised by the FAO, is not currently an accepted mode of carbon sequestration for the IPCC. Ireland is making decisions on greenhouse gas policy for agriculture in the absence of this key abatement resource. Macra na Firma appreciates the complexity of developing policies and strategies to address climate change. Therefore, the short time frame the Citizens' Assembly had to consider and make recommendations on this critical issue is a cause for concern. Time doesn't permit me to go through all the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly. However, I would like to elaborate on recommendation 5 and 6. Macra na Firma has highlighted in our pre-budget submissions the need for action on developing positive policies around planning permission and refit tariffs for renewable energies. These, along with financial tools, are required to help stimulate greater uptake of on-farm renewable energy projects, including biogas from anaerobic digestion, and the installation of solar panels on farm buildings. To achieve greater investment in the sector, farmers who want to join together in a collaborative project should be facilitated to apply collectively under grant aid schemes to allow them to achieve economies of scale. All feed sources for biomass production should be indigenous to encourage development of the supply chain. On abatement measures at farm level, the Teagasc Marginal Abatement Cost Curve includes a range of scientific advancements and measures around grassland management, the inclusion of clover in swards, nutrient management planning and sexed semen, to name just a few. The three fundamentals to achieving the above measures are education and advice, policy and CAP supports to help gain traction among farmers for these measures. A widespread uptake of nutrient management planning could achieve a 10% reduction on greenhouse gas emissions and a 15% reduction in ammonia emissions, according to Teagasc. The key to unlocking this potential is understanding how farmers digest, use and process this scientific information, but environmental sustainability can't be taken in isolation. It is also linked to the farmer's economic sustainability, and equally important is the farmer's social and mental sustainability. We are sometimes made to believe that emissions reduction can only be achieved by reducing farming activity. This type of messaging is incorrect and must stop. The Farm Advisory Service, Knowledge Transfer Scheme, BDGP, TAMS, etc. have all helped to engage farmers in a positive way and have benefited emission reduction. Education, training and innovative industry projects have also played a significant role. For example, Corcoran Firma's Young Farmer SkillNet runs a very successful young beef farmer sustainability programme that focuses on many of the farm practices that contributed positively to addressing climate change. Corcoran Firma disagrees with Recommendation 11 of the Citizens' Assembly report in relation to a carbon tax on Irish agriculture. It would be a blunt, counterproductive instrument, diverting output to places where carbon emissions and cost per unit of food are higher. Climate change is a global issue and must be considered in such a context. Irish agriculture is exploring and developing proactive approaches to decreasing climate change impacts, such as feeding strategies that maximise the efficiency of grass-based production systems, ICT in agriculture to aid the delivery of sustainable intensification, improvements to animal health and welfare, and sustainable land management that contributes to climate change mitigation and sustainable management of soil and forest carbon sinks. In terms of the reform of the Common Agricultural Policy, Corcoran Firma favours a move towards a combination of results-based and management-based payments as part of environmental and climate measures. There are many benefits of result-based payments, which include directly linking payments to outcomes, reaching more specific goals, creating a common goal between farmers and conservationists, and coherence in policy instruments at national and European level. In summary, it would be beneficial if future CAP measures focused more on outcome rather than input-driven, and thus reward productive and lower greenhouse gas intensity farmers. Corcoran Firma has commissioned research into exploring the development of a framework for continual professional development in the agriculture sector. Upskilling and developing human capital on climate change in the agricultural sector could return very significant dividends. Also, from an industry perspective, a significant number of solutions are possible. For example, encouraging further research into the manufacturing processes of fertiliser could yield significant improvements similar to those possible with the use of protected urea. In conclusion, Madam Chair, young farmers are the new environmentalists, reducing their carbon emissions through a range of scientific, technological and management advancements per unit of food produced. Most importantly, whatever route is chosen, young farmers need a just transition period. Ensuring farmers have adequate time and funding to reduce their emissions without sacrificing the rural population and rural economy is vital and should be the focus of this committee. To that end, a tax on agricultural production would actively draw funds and resources from those who need to be supported to reduce their emissions intensity. Support, engagement and encouragement of our farming community to address climate change will deliver greater dividends for the environment and the people that live in our communities. Thank you.
Mr. Healy. I'll now move to our first questioner, Deputy Pat Deering.
Thank you, Chairperson. And if I can make a point, first of all, I'd just like to welcome the two gentlemen from Corcoran Firma. And if I can make a point, first of all, I think it's disappointing that there's so few members here at the moment, considering that agriculture plays such a huge part in the whole climate change agenda. And the fact that the agriculture sector is the largest indigenous industry we have in the country as well. Just make that point at the outset. In the last session, we've had a long session before you came in. I was mainly centred, I suppose, on communication. And in your opinion, how could we, I suppose, how could you and your organisation go about communicating the whole message of climate change in the sector, considering the fact that
you know, we had, in my opinion, one of the best initiatives in more recent times. The beef diagenomic scheme was introduced. At the same time, about 50% of the farmers didn't take up that particular scheme. How, in your opinion, could we improve the communication in the whole agricultural sector to improve the take-up of schemes such as that?
I'll answer that question first, if that's okay, and he'll go over back. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Deering. I think communication, as I mentioned there, we need to ensure that the information that is there, and there's a multitude of sources and reams of information there that farmers can avail of, but it needs to be available in a way that farmers can digest, can understand. And I think an example of what could be done, and it's currently being played out in the area of clean water, is something similar to the ASSEP programme that is taking place. And what is happening there is that 190 catchments have been chosen, and a combination of the different state bodies are coming together to look at sources of pollution, but then to work with farmers on a one-to-one basis, to advise them, to give them the information, but to give it to them in a fashion that they understand. And at that, the farmer then has a choice to take that up or not. I think something that I also mentioned was our Young Beef Farmer Sustainability Programme. And through our SkillNet programme, it's a 15-module programme. It's been running for 2 years now, and each year we've taken 15 of the best young beef farmers in the country, and we've tried to broaden their horizons, open their eyes to many of the advancements that are possible within the beef sector, and that includes the genetic benefit, the genetic merit of their herds, you know, soil management, soil fertilisation, grass management, all of those things that play a positive role in reducing the carbon footprint of our beef sector, which at the same time is still fifth in Europe for its fifth lowest in Europe for its carbon intensity. So I think through those two routes, I think there's certainly an example there for how we could roll out some of the messages that I think need to get out to our farmers. And I think something that also we've highlighted there, and I think generational renewal plays into this as well, because I think Deputy Sherlock mentioned it in the earlier session, where there is a cohort of maybe young farmers there that are more willing to take on the advances in technology and advice that are there, and it's about giving those young farmers the opportunity to get onto the first step of the ladder and to be the ones to make the most of that advice and those advancements that are there.
You mentioned in your opening statement that you are the environmentalists of tomorrow. You're also the farmers of tomorrow as well. And I suppose, as you know, we're locked into a compliance regime over the next decade or so. And currently we're way off target, according to some of our recent reports, even though some of our sectors are the most efficient in Europe at the moment, be it dairy, the most efficient, and beef, as you said yourself there a few minutes ago, the fifth most efficient. I have two questions in that regard for you. How do you see the rising emissions should be addressed, number one? And that the Agricultural Committee had produced a report on climate change, which you contributed as well about a year ago. One of the recommendations of the Joint Agricultural Committee's report was that the Foodwise 2025 targets should be reviewed. In view of the rising emissions and the targets that have been set under Foodwise 2025, how do you think those two could be balanced to get a reasonable and sustainable future?
Thank you, Deputy. If I take the first question first, I think certainly we see young farmers as the future environmentalists, because I think farmers and environmentalists have more in common than separates them, and it's something we've shared with many deputies in the House, because farmers are dependent on the environment to grow the grass and produce them, or give them the tools to grow the animals and produce the milk that everybody in this country enjoys and enjoys throughout the world. I think there are many advancements that are possible to address the rise in emissions, and I think that is possible without necessarily changing the targets that are there in Foodwise 2025, and many of the mitigation tools that are there, and on the Teagasc mitigation or the MAC curve, offer huge advancements that can be made without necessarily hindering the increase of intensification of Irish agriculture.
Would you say the targets of Foodwise 2025 are achievable, or are they overly ambitious?
Well, considering that we're well ahead of the targets themselves are certainly achievable. I think we need to step up what we're doing on the other side to ensure that we're meeting our targets from an environmental point of view. The production targets are not a problem, but we need to ensure that Irish farmers are making sure that they make the most of all of the abatement tools that are there. And if you just take, for example, something that can bring in huge savings is changing the type of fertiliser used. I mentioned protected urea in my speech, and for some reason farmers are continuing to use CAN instead of changing to urea or protected urea, which is a much more efficient way of spreading nitrogen onto the soil. And I think if we can make changes like that, they can give us huge advances. I think that on the Teagasc abatement curve, there's 14 suggestions that of ways that Irish farmers can improve their carbon intensification, and I think we certainly need to go down the road of all of those before we need to consider changing the targets in Foodwise 2025.
Regarding renewables, in my opinion, I think incentivisation is the key within the whole issue that we're discussing at the moment. I think there needs to be more carrot and stick, if we could use that particular phrase. How, in your opinion, as the environmentalists of the future, to use your phrase again, can farmers be supported or incentivised to construct wind farms, solar farms, and how could they be encouraged to, with the development of anaerobic digesters, which has been a lot of talk about in recent times, how do you think they could be incentivised in that regard?
I think the first step is to make them economically viable. I think it has to be worthwhile for not just farmers but any community that want to go down the route of taking up the renewable energy challenge. And we've seen that certainly wind farms around the country seem to be returning or providing a return for those that are investing. I think when it comes to anaerobic digestion, a number of years ago at our national conference, we visited a farmer in Limerick who had set up 2 anaerobic digesters on his farm at a time when there was a special grant there for investment in that particular renewable energy. And he quite plainly told us that without that grant at the initial stages, his anaerobic digester would not be providing a return for him. And considering that that grant is no longer available and that there isn't an adequate tariff for selling the electricity back into the grid, such a renewable energy, such as anaerobic digestion, will not return or provide a return for anybody that invests in it. So I think that is the first step. I think, and I believe that that's one of the other targets or one of the other recommendations from the Citizens' Assembly, is the ability to sell electricity back into the grid. I think when you move on to the next stage, and if you were to take it that there was an economic return from the renewable energy, I think community-based projects have a much stronger chance of succeeding rather than one-off investors. I think if our local communities feel a part, feel ownership on those projects, they're much more likely to succeed. But again, the way policy is shaped at the moment, it doesn't allow, or it doesn't make it as easy for groups to apply for these or to apply to set some of these renewable energy farms up.
Okay, with regard to forestry, forestry in some parts of the country has become a dirty word, if we could use that particular word. And even though after dairying it is probably the most profitable sector in the country at the moment, would you think agroforestry would have a part to play in the future? And how could it be sold as being mutually beneficial to some farmers? Say, for example, in the eastern part of the country, there's been a lot of negativity towards forestry in the western part of the country, as you probably know. And in order for that balance to be created, do you think that the farmers in the eastern part of the country should be able to buy into growing a certain amount of forestry in order to gain in two ways, obviously from an income point of view and from a sequestration point of view?
I know on a regular basis I hear the Minister for Agriculture suggest that every farmer in the country probably has a wet patch that could be planted. But certainly from a Macra point of view, we're certainly in favour of agroforestry. As you've mentioned, forestry has probably become a dirty word, certainly in some parts of the country, and you do want to avoid that issue of forestry being accused, if the proof isn't necessarily there, of destroying communities. And I think that's why agroforestry, and we're very much in favour of it, is a much more enticing opportunity for young farmers. In fact, as part of a survey we did for our CAP 2020 proposal, we found that 56% of respondents indicated that they would be willing to assign 1 hectare of their farm towards agroforestry. But I think, again, it comes back to the return that is there, and if you want to do it on a large scale, I think while agroforestry is certainly attractive for some farmers and would also address the issue of the spruce plantations that people would say are taking over certain parts of the country. Agroforestry is planting native hardwoods in particular, I think, is something that needs to be done, making it a more sustainable income, because after the 15 years of forestry currently, you know, there's nothing from that point on. So I think it's about making sure that it has a sustainable return beyond the first 15 years.
Two final questions together, if you don't mind, Chairperson. CAP reform is coming down the line at 100 miles an hour. I think a reference in your opening statement as well. How would you see CAP reform playing? I know you mentioned it briefly. If you could tease out a little bit more and put a bit more flesh in the bones, how do you think CAP reform could play a huge role going forward in not alone making agriculture sustainable, but make it climate change sustainable as well? And the final question, and you mentioned carbon tax in your opening statement. What would your response to be? Your response to be as an organisation to the fee and dividend model, where revenue from the carbon tax are recycled to householders with the potential for greater payments for rural communities? You mentioned yourself there a few minutes ago about the rural communities from a renewable energy point of view. What kind of attitude would you have to that regard? I might answer your first question, Deputy, and I might just get some clarification then on the second one. With regards to the Common Agricultural Policy, I think the eco schemes that are currently related to the greening element of the payment, I think it's not overly applicable to this country, and we'd certainly be saying that there should be an advancement on the requirements within that element of the payment. But I think it needs to go down the road of being results-based rather than being a list of actions that a farmer needs to take. I think it needs to be results-based, and if you take it from a climate action point of view, we are the only country in the world that are recording carbon or carbon footprinting on a farm-by-farm basis, which gives us a great starting point to show the improvement that can be made on individual farms. And certainly, if you track the initiatives that are being led on the IFA Smart Farming project that they do in conjunction with the EPA, it certainly shows that major improvements can be made on farms. So I think certainly from a macro point of view, what we need to do, whatever the scheme might be, it needs to be results-based and certainly more targeted on the results that we want to achieve. Just on the second question, you referred to the carbon tax. That's just the carbon tax that's currently there. And I suppose, certainly, I think
as I mentioned, we need to be supporting people to make the changes that need to be made, whatever section of, be it residential or industry, we need to be ensuring that we're not preventing people from making the changes that need to be made to improve our greenhouse gas emissions. And from a farming point of view, that means a big carrot and a small stick rather than a big stick and a small carrot. And I think when you mention residential and rural communities, I think the same thing goes. And certainly if we're going to be increasing carbon taxes, I think certainly we need to be providing incentives, and whether that goes down again through of the route of advice. And I know there was a lot of discussion on the last panel about communication with society. Certainly the more that can be put back into helping people take the right steps and move in the right direction can only be seen as positive.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to bring in Senator Paul Daly.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome the two members of MACRA. And there's been a lot of, I suppose, comment here on the committee, in particular today, earlier on, about the knowledge and the role of youth in regard to this whole topic. And I suppose you are the ideal, your membership is the youth of a sector that's very heavily involved, and I suppose it's a great advantage. It's very important that you would come before the committee, and I suppose to keep the best wine to last. You are the last contributors, so when we sit down to write a report, it's often what you hear last is what's most prominent in your mind. I'd have a couple of questions. One, I suppose, from a national organisation representing the agricultural sector, but more so representing youth and the younger generation. Like you mentioned in your statement that we didn't have an industrial revolution as such, and this weighs towards exaggerate somewhat maybe the percentage of the agriculture inputs to the climate change. I have read that and heard that in every contribution that has been made by a farming body and a farming organisation to both this committee and the Agriculture Committee, and wherever and whenever they're making contributions. But I don't think I've ever heard it, or certainly haven't witnessed it being highlighted outside of this forum, outside of this bubble. The point I'm coming at is, are farmers and farming bodies and farming organisations communicating well enough with society in general as to, and I'm not trying to portray a regime of making excuses or whatever, but by virtue of the fact that I don't think the message has been communicated of the positives that have been done, and the fact that you've made that we didn't have an industrial revolution, so therefore our agricultural emissions are always going to be the higher percentage. Farmers then, other sectors point the finger at agriculture, and the agriculture sector then goes in the back foot and goes in denial and goes in defence. And could a better communication system within the sector be a start? And I'm not, as I say, not an excuse or not a get out or not a solution, but be a start to working our way towards achieving a solution collectively. And with that in mind, you say, and rightly so, and you are representing the young educated farmers. Within that education system, the achievement of the Green Cert, and after, with regard to backup and scientific backup, was it efficient? Is the knowledge within the agricultural education sector that is required to pass on to your young farmers when they're receiving their Green Cert, when they're in that education system? And is the scientific know-how there afterwards then to let it be in an advisory capacity or whatever? You know, this is the solution to these problems through farming or through science. And is the know-how out there, is the technical backup for your young members out there? And I suppose finally, you represent the full country, the entire country. Within discussions among your own members, what kind of diversification is there, we'll say, geographically? Like, what's ahead of a farmer in the Golden Vale and what's ahead of a farmer in the North West, North Midlands, West? They're two completely different planets, not alone two different sections of the country. And their problems and the potential solutions to the problems are polarly miles apart. So how are your own members interacting? You know, is there unison, or is the fellow that's in the Northwest, when every time forestry is mentioned, saying, well, I'm not going to be the solution to the big dairy farmer in the Golden Vale's problems. You know where I'm going from.
Thank you, Senator. If you want to, in any order you wish.
Thank you, Deputy. On communication, I certainly think that we as an farm organisation, and I wouldn't like to cast any aspersions, but I think all of the farm organisations would certainly accept that we were probably behind the curve on getting our message across and making sure that we are telling the full truth of agriculture's greenhouse gas emissions, or whether it's production, or no matter what the issue is, we as farm organisations were probably behind the curve when it came to making sure that our message was out there. I think certainly it's something that we are improving at, and I was only listening to the radio earlier today around lunchtime, and there was a discussion around climate change on the radio, and there was one of our own members dialed in to the radio show and gave a very eloquent and a very understandable explanation of the farming side of things. And I think it's about creating, making spokespersons and making advocates of all of our members, not just myself or Derry. It has to be all farmers, because if you take society as a whole, every young person in the country, no matter what it is they choose to be, can advocate for environment, for the environment, or for animal welfare, or for clean water, whatever. I suppose whatever has taken their heart as a thing that they want to support, they can do it, whether it's over social media or through written, or the various methods that there are. So I think we as a farm organisation need to get ahead again and make sure that our members are armed with the information and the ability to get the farming message across. And certainly I think that comes back to better use of all of the technologies that are out there. With regards to the Green Cert, and having gone through it only recently myself, I have to say that certainly the content is certainly there, it's certainly contained in it, and I know that there has been a recent curriculum change to advance it even further, and I think certainly that the people we have educating our young farmers in our Teagasc colleges certainly have a love of agriculture, but they also have an understanding of where it's going, the challenges that are facing it, and the message that they need to get across to our young farmers and what they need to instill in them. Once you leave agricultural college, I think I certainly haven't had a reason to, whether advisors on the ground, I couldn't speak for, but certainly any of the Teagasc staff that myself or Derry would interact at, there is a huge amount of scientific knowledge there, whether it's through any of the animal specialists or the fertiliser specialists or any of the sector specialists. There is a huge amount of knowledge there. It maybe comes back to what I said about getting it into a format that a farmer can digest and use, and they can take it at their own speed, and they can break it down, and over time implement the actions that are included on it. And to your final question, we're currently going around the country at the moment, and we're doing more consultations on our CAP strategic plan proposal, and certainly some of the divergence that you have mentioned between various parts of the country has come up, but I suppose I think as young farmers, certainly those in the eastern part of the country, have more of an understanding of that those in certain parts of the country, and I wouldn't just necessarily say it's parts of the northwest, there are parts of Cork that have huge amounts of trees planted in it as well, but there's an understanding there that we need a more unified farming industry, because dairy farmers can't survive without a beef farmer to rear their calves, or they need tillage farmers to grow the grain that will feed their cows, and the same goes for beef farmers. And all farmers and all sectors need each other, and I think there is more of an understanding there amongst young farmers in what could possibly be considered better ground in the country, that we can't expect one area of the country to carry all of the weight when it comes to climate change.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Mr. Healy, I'm going to bring in Deputy Pringle.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I'd like to thank you for your contribution. I must say your contribution in response to questions has been a lot better than the written statement, because a lot of the written statement is basically the same as what the IFA and everybody else has said, and it's really depressing, to tell you the truth, to be reading it, because there's no acknowledgement of the facts or of the reality of the situation, which you actually are getting in your responses to the questions, which is welcomed more so. But like Foodwise 2020 or whatever it's called now, the 2025. That's the meeting the requirements of that and meeting the requirements of climate change aren't compatible. I don't believe. I'd like to see if you could outline how you think that they are compatible, and if they are. And also then, just as well, you mentioned, which in relation to the Chagas report and the urea fertiliser, how that can mitigate the climate change and how forestry can mitigate that as well. But are any of them improvements being made at the minute? It seems from the tone of what you're saying and what everything you're saying is that they can help if we do it, but we're not doing it. And I just want to know, why is it? Because is it about payments? Is it about the common agricultural policy, or what the actual reason for it is? I agree totally with what you say in relation to the renewable stuff, and that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I think that's all I have.
Come back in if you wish.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. And certainly, I suppose, in a 5-minute statement, we can certainly only fit so much. But I think something that I have often said is that while we raise the issue that Ireland has never had an industrial revolution and doesn't have a heavy industry, while we're currently 33% of our carbon emissions, if agriculture doesn't take any further steps to improve the position, then it becomes 40 and it becomes 50 as other sectors improve their situation. So we certainly don't want to get to a point where agriculture is sticking out like a sore thumb as not having taken any steps forward. But certainly it would be false to say that there's nothing being done at the moment. And I think just to compare, I suppose, and reading the National Mitigation Action Plan, our carbon emissions from agriculture peaked in 1998 and have been decreasing since until quite recently. And I suppose as quota was removed in particular, probably it has started to go in the other direction, but that has coincided with a recognition that steps need to be taken to improve the situation. And I suppose a lot of the actions that I have mentioned are being done by certain farmers, and the IFA Smart Farming Programme have shown that they can work, but we need to do more of what we're doing already. I would accept that, and it needs to be more widely across all farmers. To go back to the Foodwise 2025 targets, they're not necessarily related to how much of a product we're producing. It's the value of that product, and I don't see why the value of the product that we are producing can't increase and account for a lot of the meeting those targets. We saw over the last 2 years that there was huge increases in the value of Irish exports, particularly in 2017. I saw only, was it earlier in the week, that the value of Irish exports actually fell back in 2018, but that was based almost solely on the fact that the value, that the foreign exchange rates meant that the value of the Irish product fell considerably, which took us back, which actually reversed the trend in the value of Irish exports. So a lot of the a lot of going to as far as hitting those Foodways 2025 targets will come from adding value to the produce, whether that is dairy or beef or tillage, will come to adding value to that for farmers and making sure that we are selling to export markets that put a premium on Irish produce. And apologies,
the contribution in relation to renewable energy and stuff like that there, I agree totally with that. That makes perfect sense. If we could just go back on the mitigation measures that you were talking about and the forestry and the urea, you said some of that is happening now, but more of it needs to happen. So what is the barrier to making more of it happen?
I think if we take lime as an example, lime is a fertiliser. It's relatively cheap, but since up until last year, or was it 3 years ago, sorry, we were only spreading 10% of the lime that we were spreading in 1990. Lime is a fertiliser that allows better utilisation of all the other fertiliser and minerals and elements that are in the soil, and it is through an intense focus on the scientific value and the soil value for spreading lime that trend has reversed, and instead of 10% of soils being at the correct pH, we now have 30% of soils being at the correct pH for grass growth. So it's about, we're not going to be able to cover all of these abatement improvements at the same time, but it's probably about picking a handful, picking the low-hanging fruit, picking the ones that are going to get us the greatest improvement in the shortest amount of time, and putting a similar focus on them as we've had to do on the spreading of lime over the last couple of years. And that is how we create that culture change amongst farmers that needs to be made to get them to avail of those scientific advances. Certainly, if there was incentives to be put in place to take advantage of some of them, and something that we've proposed in our pre-budget submissions is sex semen. Sex semen is more expensive than conventional semen, but if you were to incentivise the use of sex semen in agriculture, it would mean that you would have to breed less cattle for the dairy farmer to produce the replacement heifers that he would need for his dairy herd. He would have to breed less animals, and the other animals could be, could be bred as bulls for the beef industry. It would mean more efficient use of the animals that are already there. And I think to a certain degree you've probably seen, certainly given the drought of last year, we've probably seen a slight tail off in the increase in animal numbers. So it's about incentivising to a certain degree, and I suppose the BDGP that Deputy Deering mentioned is an excellent example of that, where it's about improving the genetic merit of the animals that we have in our herds, and certainly the improvements that have been seen through that scheme are being mirrored through the availability of information through the likes of the Irish Cattle Breeding Federation, which is a body that certainly is leading the way again in giving information to farmers that will allow them to make the right choices.
So basically what it is incentivisation that's lacking.
And focus, yeah.
Money.
Yeah.
Derry, did you want to? It'll come on itself.
Do we have to wait for the new cap?
I think there are things that we can. I think there are things that we can do in the. Certainly, there are things we can do through the next cap, but there are certainly things that we can do in the meantime as well. Derry.
Maybe just to add to James's comment there, it's definitely linked to behavioural change, and I suppose like anything, behavioural change takes time. None of us like change, and we have a large cohort of the farming population that have, I suppose, farmed in a different era, where there's a different philosophy around farming, where there's a different focus on farming. We've 7% of our farmers under 35 who have gone through an education system and a knowledge transfer system that is focusing more now on the environment, that's more climate conscious, and that is linking farming activity to that environment. So we're going to see change, but it's going to take time, and it is very hard to change a habit of a lifetime for farmers that are used to particular management practices on farm. But if we can link them to efficiencies on farm, link them to profitability for the farmer, and then thus link them to environmental change and environmental benefit, then we have the win-win. And if we can show it to the farmer that there's a win for the farmer in terms of profitability and sustainability, and also a win in terms of the environment, and they see this is a very positive correlation between management practice and the benefit to the farmer themselves, and also a benefit from climate change, from the perception of Irish agriculture, well then, but it'll take time. That's the element, I think, Deputy Pringle.
Finally, just I could ask just in relation to macro and farmer members themselves. So you are all using these, the urea, the forestry, and all that. You're availing of all them things. Maybe if you could do a study on publish statistics in terms of what farmers use are doing, that are using all this stuff and the benefits that they can have, that would help in the argument as well. Like.
Is there a cost really on that? You know, where the lime and the uptake of the lime fertiliser, is cost a factor there for the farmer?
Lime is cheaper, yeah, certainly.
There's an incentive to use lime.
Yeah, it's about
cheaper.
It's about showing it in such a way that the farmer sees the increase in profit that comes from, like, so some of the abatement things that are there, incentives that are there. There's a monetary value to the farmer in doing it, but it's about showing them that, and some of them will cost the farmer money, and maybe you need to incentivise them, but there is a chunk of them that will save the farmer money or improve their profit, and it's about it's about showing that to the farmer, and certainly that's where maybe the one-to-one advice that I mentioned earlier comes into it, that be it a Teagasc advisor or whoever their agricultural advisor is spelling out those improvements that they can make to them.
That, sorry for coming in relation to that knowledge transfer. You mentioned Teagasc. Is there, just from our point of view, from a committee, as a recommendation, this is the reason I'm not asking to pin you down on anything, but if we were to put a recommendation, because obviously if it's economically more viable to do something, it seems like a win-win, but it's the culture change and it's the knowledge transfer. So who would be best, what's the group from our recommendation point of view to best advise farmers? Who would be the group, or would you have any suggestions? You don't have to answer today, you can come back.
I would say we can certainly come back, but I think all of the farm organisations obviously have a role to play in the various farm talks and things that we may organise, but those that are dealing with farmers on a day-to-day basis, on a one-to-one basis, are certainly in the best position to show them, but it's about making sure that the message is out there for farmers to see, and certainly we may certainly come back to the committee on that.
Teagasc might be because I mean the farm organisations that present here, apart from yourselves, they have certainly not said that any of this is doable or can be doable now or anything like that. That has not been what they've been saying. Like,
have said this is doable.
Teagasc have said it, yeah, but any of the farm organisations, any of the farm representative organisations have not said it.
Well, IFA have referenced it when they were here at the meetings, but anyway, that's what they've said. But we as a committee, I think if there are gaps here in relation to putting in place what's already there and reducing our emissions, it's that gaps that we'd like to know about as a committee. I might just, are you okay? Sorry, I came in with your questions. Deputy Ryan.
Thank you much indeed. I very much welcome the presentation, and I completely agree with the objective that, and the reality that young farmers are the new environmentalists. That has to be where we're going, and for farming it's the only future in my mind, the only really viable future, not just because we all rely on our environment, but particularly farmers, but because it is the prospect of less costs, reducing costs, and it is the prospect of having more diverse income streams from not just a whole variety of different crops, which I think is one of the directions we need to go in, and different food income streams, but also different income streams from the likes of agroforestry, from the likes of tourism. I'd see it from training, training a new generation of farmers coming in, and I think for us to design our new CAP around that sort of diverse income and higher income for farming is the only way, and more environmentally sustainable farming is the only future of Irish farming. And I'll be perfectly honest, the current system is not delivering. My first question I have is, like, do you think the current system is working for young Irish farmers? Which we're all, there's a terrible fear, oh, don't change, don't listen to the Greens, don't be changing Irish farming, as if it's great. And only 7% of Irish farmers are under 35. And it's a job where it helps to be young. Like, is that working, the current system?
If you look simply at the age demographic of Irish farming, there have been some small improvements in the last couple of years. But I would say that, and certainly the last Common Agricultural Policy, which provided a top-up for a young farmer, was certainly a step in the right direction. But I think there is more challenges than just what is coming through the Common Agricultural Policy. To be fair, in this country, there is definitely a value placed on the young farmer in creating that generational change. And I suppose the biggest challenge that faces many young farmers is actually access to land, because what is there, I suppose, as Derry mentioned, we have a huge cohort of farmers in their 60s, 70s and 80s. They've known nothing else, and there's a fear there that if they hand over the farm, whether it's to a son or a nephew or a daughter or niece or a complete stranger, that they've nothing left, they've no security for themselves. And it's a fear that, it's a fear of more, again, as Derry mentioned, it's a fear of change and it's a fear of the unknown. And I suppose a step we've tried to make in that direction is the Land Mobility Service, which works to, if you have an older farmer that puts themselves forward as somebody that maybe wants to take a step backwards or wants to retire, to match them with a suitable younger farmer that they can maybe farm in partnership with, or can lease the farm to, or maybe they can work together. And it creates that link and creates a trust in the older farmer and creates that transition. So that's one thing we've done to try and address the access to land, which is probably the main issue for young farmers. And the Common Agricultural Policy has gone some way to helping that, but certainly something that we've proposed in the next CAP, or as part of the next Common Agricultural Policy, is support for schemes like that which help create that transition.
And I think that's exactly the sort of scheme and initiatives we need to really open up access to land and provide also securities and other mechanisms to do that. But my concern, I mean, it was interesting here, we had Lord Debon, former Lord John Gummer, the former UK Environment Minister, now the chair of their Climate Committee, and farmer, and speaks very authoritatively in farming. And it was interesting to listen to him. He was saying they have gone down an industrialised, intensive farming system, and they're now rapidly retreating because they realise not only does it not work on profitability, the banks and everyone else benefit, but the farmer doesn't in the end. They end up indentured to a very intensive system. Their soil is shot, and their environment is shot, and they actually have to go back to where we are, which is smaller family-based, less intensive farming. Similarly, New Zealand, they went with the kind of the massive intensification, very land similar to us, with some of the similar social characteristics, and they're rapidly retreating because their water is gone, and they're realising that's not. Now, it seems to me what you say, what we value, what it seems to me when I listen to Teagasc or the farming organisations, I hate to say, and certainly the department and the minister, they're all about intensification. They're all about rapidly trying to get where England is and where New Zealand went. And I'm kind of pulling my hair out thinking, no, don't, because they've gone there and they're coming back towards us. Why wouldn't we stay where we are? And the reason I asked you about whether it's working or not, it has to be, we have to look at this in a rural development base. I mean, Macro and the farmer better than anyone else, as I understand it. I mean, I always remember and see Macro as a community, kind of recognising the importance of community, recognising the importance of we get farmers working together in a parish and working collectively and having a rural community. The problem with the intensification model is not only is it destroying your water, wrecking your soil, creating an indentured farmer system that's good for big business but not good for the local small Irish family farm, but it's not going to protect rural Ireland communities. So, and yes, we need to do giving our land over to access to young farmers, but do we not need to go a bit further and shift away from this growth at all costs, ever bigger intensification, all about the processors doing well, sort of big industrial PLC, I don't want to name names here, but we all know who we're talking about, calling all the shots and running things, which is where we're going. Do you not think that shift needs to happen as a community organisation?
I think, if I can go back to the first question to lead on to the second question, the change in the demographic of farming is much farther ahead in dairy farming because it's a profitable sector. And I mentioned earlier creating a greater value for the produce that we as Irish farmers produce. But if you look at any of the other sectors, beef at the moment is maybe producing a slim profit, but more likely for 90% of the beef farmers in Ireland, they're depending on their single farm payment to live. And we'll say tillage and horticulture, tillage has had a reasonably good this year, but on much lower yields because of the year we had last year. But if you take the horticulture sector, I can't imagine what it's like to see a kilo of my carrots that I put my heart and soul into producing being sold for 49 cents in a shop. And while I think we need to place more value on the food we are producing, it's very important that there is a secure food source for our population, for the population of Europe, and that's why the Common Agricultural Policy is there. But I think we also need to realise that in 1970, people were spending 30%. You were spending 30% of your income on food. That's down to 10% now, and that's not true. That's with much increased levels of, much improved production processes, animal welfare, and all of these things. And the reason scale is important for some of those farmers is because that's the only way they can make a full-time living out of it. And if we want, certainly within our own organisation, the discussion is that if you're a farmer with 100 cows, are you better off with 100 cows, doing that extremely well, maybe working on your own with maybe a small bit of labour from time to time, or really do you have to take the step to 200 cows and bring in extra labour and all of that comes with it? And I think that's something that we certainly are looking at, and it comes back to that question that you've asked. That Irish family farm model that we have is certainly something that we value, but is it something that the Irish farmer is getting the correct reward for? And I think it's something I would ask, that something that feeds into climate action is that as much of the carbon that is attributed to food production, 40% of it, depending on the product, is associated with the waste of that product. And you could eliminate 40% of the carbon associated, and I'm not a scientific expert, so don't, but it comes from a study that myself and Derry saw carried out by a Dutch university when we were in Brussels. And there was the equivalent of the production element of that food's life cycle in food waste, because we are throwing away so much of it, and that's where it maybe comes back to.
Just to answer your question, I firmly believe we should be setting sort of limits, policy-type limits, to say, yeah, dairy farms, 100 cows max, because the switch, the 400 cow farms we're seeing often on arable land, like we could switch the whole country over, and what sort of countryside would it create? And it's not just that limit. There is also, from an environmental perspective, a limit in that we cannot go down a food-wise strategy which is seeing an increase in emissions, which is where we're going. That has, from an environmental perspective, that's not on. We have to cut our emissions. And even with all the other change in ammonia, urea, lime, Teagasc are still projecting emission increases. So that has to change. In that change, the environmentalists are your best ally, because there's no better people to say that it's wrong that those carrots are 49 cents a kilo, and to create an environment and a culture that the actual farmers get a better income in an environment where we're reducing our emissions. Just on that, and I was interested, Deputy Deering was asking the question about the carbon tax. My mind is slightly mixing up, to be careful here. There's a carbon tax on the general economy, the whole thing, which is the 20 euros a tonne we have at the moment. And that's a separate issue. And in that we do have to, as we raise it, we have to look after rural Ireland by targeting retrofitting to rural houses first, by investing in public transport in rural Ireland and so on. Absolutely granted. But the farming tax I understand the Citizens' Assembly, Anna Matthews, is looking at is much more specific, looking at a tax on the consumption of meat, cheese at the end. Now, the benefit of that, I see huge benefits from a whole range of different ways. But if we can guarantee that the price of that, it's not the farmer who's the price taker in a sense who takes the cut in income in the price they're getting, but it's the retailers and the processors and the consumers who carry that. If we could set a mechanism where we were certain that that carbon tax on consumption of meat or dairy was not being taken from the farmer's share, in fact the farmer's share needs to rise, and that the income from it, which is what Alan Matthews proposed, goes back into farming incomes, so that's a net gain for the farming community in terms of income. If we could devise some sort of mechanism that the power relations in Irish agriculture change so that the farmer isn't just the price taker and they take the hit on that, do you not think that would help Irish rural farming, rural development and farming, if we could meet those conditions?
You've sort of put me on the spot, and I think if you could guarantee that, then I think it may very well have a positive impact. But not being an economist, I don't know whether it's possible to have a scheme like that. And I suppose one thing I would say about the placing a carbon tax on agriculture, I saw Colin McCarthy had an interesting piece in last week's Irish Farmers Journal, and I think it goes back to something I said in the presentation, is that climate action and climate change is a global challenge, and we're producing the most carbon-friendly dairy, pork and, to my surprise, tillage, certainly in Europe, if not the world. And you don't want to, certainly I can't see the benefit in displacing production in Ireland to have it.
I'd have to Deputy Pringle here, but he said at the start it's true. I'm just slightly nervous of going back to that whole argument again all the time.
No, but I'm not saying, but does it not make sense to produce a food in the place where it is most, if you were serious about tackling...
I listened to Professor John Sweeney on that in a meeting we had with farming organisations, including yourselves, which was very useful. If you remember, he was asked that question. He says, we actually, all of us, have got, every country now, no matter how efficient, the scale of the change and challenge we have, and every country is going to have that. The Argentinas and the Brazils and the Australias, Australia's going to burn, listen, let's be honest, in a climate change world. So this whole thing about, as if we're just living in the world as is and we're more efficient than you, everyone's going to have to be engaged and everyone's going to have to reduce, in my mind. This idea that we'll expand because we're more efficient, I don't buy as an environmentalist, I'll be perfectly honest. But can I finish with just one question? Because it does seem to me, this whole issue about anaerobic digestion, I'd be a great fan of anaerobic digestion historically, but I'm very nervous that what I see in Foodwise, for example, a massive increase in poultry and pork, just to mention those that you mentioned. And I see what's going on in Northern Ireland, where anaerobic digestion, there's been an incredible boom. They've now enough pigs, as someone said to me, the equivalent of the sewage from 12 million people in the north is what's planned, and the level of industrial. And I look at what those systems in America, where it's coming from, where, as I said, it's an indentured agricultural system, where the poor farmer who's doing that pig lot is kind of really a minimal margin, often very precarious position. Anything happens, any sort of flu outbreak or whatever, they're the ones who get hit. And even though anaerobic digestion is green in the sense that you're getting an energy crop, you've digestive problems, you've water problems. there are parts up now in the north, again, we're seeing trashing the water in other systems just and under the guise of being the good thing, the green thing. And I have a fear that UCC and others, and Chagas and others, are pitching this here as part of yet more industrial, expansionary, and they put a green label on it in terms of, you've got anaerobic digestion attached to it, as much as you say, and I'd love to see a kind of collaborative basis, local farmers coming together. I fear it would end up big industry, farmers just ploughing material into a big processing system that is the furthest from green. And that's just to flag that as, and I think we need to do research on that before we leap into this anaerobic digestion expansion, which it can be sold as a green thing, but actually would be in the guise of an industrialised farming system that the farmers wouldn't necessarily benefit from. And last, if I can, I think, Chair, just as one of our recommendations, we should be looking at more research in regard to that carbon tax issue, that if we could guarantee the sort of protection for the farming community within it, and change the power relations, which is what everyone is saying, CAP and others are saying we need to do anyway, that might be something that we might have to do further research on.
Derry?
Maybe just as a comment, I suppose we don't have a functioning food supply chain for farmers currently. And until we can tackle that, and I know the Commission is looking at it at European level to try and readdress that, but before we do anything else, I think we need to readdress the position of farmers within the food supply chain, because any further taxation is just going to be passed back to the farmer. It's a fallacy to think that the consumer or the processor or somebody or the retailer will take that up. It will be the farmer that will get hit, unfortunately.
I 100% agree with you. And the greatest allies you have in that changing that power broker are the Greens.
Senator Grace O'Sullivan.
Thanks to James and Derry for coming in, and really appreciate your contribution. There's just on the point, page 3, James, in your presentation, and you said that grassland is not a currently accepted mode of carbon sequestration for the IPCC. And from my understanding, Ireland reports all emissions and sequestration to the IPCC, including from grasslands. And these emissions sequestrations must be counted for in our 2030 EU non-traded sector targets as part of the EU nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement. So I just wanted for you to have a look at that maybe later. Then again, in relation to the carbon pricing, the committee has heard from a range of sources about the importance of farmers getting the right incentives to reduce emissions. And in your submission, you refer to the same theme, so seeking to link payments to outcomes. And I was just wondering what proposals you have got on how to make this happen in the overall sense. And have, again, related to what Deputy Ryan said about New Zealand, have you looked at what's happening in New Zealand with regard to inclusion of agriculture in their emissions trading scheme? And given the economic challenges faced by beef production, I just again wonder what your view on from the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly that support that we should support diversification. So just in terms of diversification, how are you, as young farmers, and as you say yourself, as environmentalists, now, what kind of diversification mechanisms do you see for the young farmer going forward? How can we expand our range and do things better? I've always looked myself, I always think Ireland, island nation, great country for growing, that we should be always looking for premium price because of the quality of what we potentially can produce. But in terms of diversification, what areas are you looking at there?
Chair, if I can, just before the response comes in, we're going to have to leave the floor to the Senator because we have a vote in the Dáil, so if we apologise for the departure in that regard.
Thank you, Deputy or Senator, for that. I think certainly we'll check the issue on the grassland sequestration, and I suppose things advance, and certainly changes may have happened since our first time checking that. But I think, with regard firstly to New Zealand, I suppose it was a topic of discussion at our recent committee meeting around the whole idea of trading and I suppose the different things that farmers could do for diversification, and whether it was renewable energies or solar panels or any of those things that, if they were able to sell the electricity back into the grid, would provide some of that opportunity for diversification that you mentioned, but that the credit for the reduction in carbon emissions would actually go to the energy sector as opposed to agriculture. I can't say I know enough about the situation in New Zealand to give a good answer, but it's certainly something that should be looked into in relation to ensuring, going back to what we said, that agriculture receives the credit it deserves for any improvements that are made by farmers or by the industry. I missed the second part of the link. Oh, sorry. I suppose for results-based schemes, we believe that, as I said earlier, we're the only country in the world that are measuring the carbon footprint of farms, farm by farm, at with the Carbon Navigator, and that provides a fantastic basis for a results-based scheme where you can set a benchmark and see the improvement that is coming from the steps that a farmer is making. And it comes back to including farmers in the design of schemes, and a Pillar 2, an RDP scheme that I go back to on a regular basis as being a huge success is the Burn scheme. And it's something that farmers were involved in the development of. It recognises the knowledge and experience that they bring, but it also achieves the results that it shows benefits for the farmer, but it also provides the benefits that everybody else was looking for. And it's about that. It's about working together and that collaborative effort that can maybe point us in the right direction when it comes to some of the improvements that we mentioned.
Actually, you mentioned Burn BO, the farming project there, which is a really good model. But I mean, there's big tourism spin-off from that in terms of the farmer, going out and meeting with tourists coming in. So, like again, just following on from Deputy Ryan, I think that what we in the Greens are saying, in many cases, we're very close and aligned. And I've always, come from a farming background myself, dairy farmer, but seen the farmers as the custodians. So now for you to hear that you're also coming into the environmental arena, I'm delighted and very much welcome that conversation, the opening of the conversation.
Thank you, Senator. Deputy Kevin O'Keefe.
Chairman Cormac, and Chair, I welcome the Macron Farmer representative today, and I commend James Healy in ensuring that there's a positive aspect to farming for the younger generation, and to ensure that we do have a workforce going forward, because as you know, workforce labour is a very scarce commodity in the agricultural sector. And Chair, from watching his crisscrossing of other members previously here, and I picked up on a point you're making, James, interesting point you're making. I don't think it was picked up on, I could see where you come from, outside of transport, agriculture seems to be the next hit in this country for carbon and the climatic change issues, right? And you kept saying there, we are considered as a non-industrialised nation, like the industrial revolution that they had in Britain in the 1800s and 1900s, and the growth in the Germanys and that, and I suppose, and you're making a good point there, that are we now in the situation that, as a country, we have to carry the an extra burden to clean up the damage caused by? Are you saying that we'll actually carry a heavier burden in cleaning up the air for the sake of other countries who created the problem, and even still creating the problem as such, And I think you make a good point there, because what I'm trying to say to you here through the chair, is we're going down the road of imposing further conditions of farming practice and so forth, right? Are we being the extra good boys again in the EU family, compared to the Dutch or the Danish or the French, for that matter, are we once again leading the pack in regards putting in stringent conditions about going forward in our farming practices. Like, do you see that's where we're caught at the moment? Like that, the bigger penalties coming on to us straight away when other countries might be actually not in carrying out the same guidelines in regards to climatic change. And would you further comment there on your views on anaerobic digesters? And why I asked you further comment is because I was disappointed to hear Deputy Ryan didn't think they were a good solution for creating green energy. Like he's saying they're going to create more damage. So my understanding about anaerobic digester was that they were there to reduce the spillage of liquid manure into lands and to produce green energy. So I would ask you for the comment, are you happy with the government's plan? I initially thought, like, and because I know from people going abroad, like, in Germany, for example, nearly every farmer had his own anaerobic digester. No matter what size of farm they had, they had their own. Like, half their day's work was keeping the thing going. Like, but I remember asking our farmer minister, Mr. Naughton, like, what was his plan for Ireland? Like, and he said the grant system would not be viable to put one in every farmer's yard. So that's why the current government have this regionalisation proposal, like, anaerobic digester, I don't know, is it every parish or every square, what catchment area is, like, But are you happy enough with the general policy in regards to delivery of these projects? I suppose, we're all telling us what to do, like, but and you, Chair, we should be aware of this as well, like, that climate change means the climate is actually changing in the seasons, right? Should we not be reviewing the practices as well, like, like we had to wait last Sunday before the tractor and tanker go back out in the field? Should we go back to the situation where give trust back to the farmer, like? Christmas Day, there was livestock all around me because the grass was growing. Where we go back and let the farmers who are the keepers of the land know how to practice proper farming and have a handling, and there's any idea that we should be reviewing, like, And finally, about young farmers getting involved in getting taken over land, like, what incentives would you propose for the older people? We don't want to push them off the land either, like, we did have a farmer town scheme at one stage, like, and I don't think it was attractive, right, from a monetary point of view, but did it work at the end of the day? I don't know. But, like, as there is people who are 50 and their fathers are still the bosses in the farm, like, well, they might be the bosses, but just because the land is in the deeds and solicitors after with in the father's name, like, does that mean that they're not the bosses, like? So I'll leave that, Chair, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Deputy. I suppose to address the first issue, I think the same targets are in place for every country. I suppose it's just that, and agriculture does have to face the targets that are ahead of it. I think it's just that what we need to recognise is that agriculture is sometimes unfairly tarnished relative to other European countries, and people don't understand the full story as to why maybe in France or Germany on the mainland that the agriculture may only be 10% of the carbon emissions of that particular country, that it's 33 or 35% here in this country. And I think to say the target is there, it's only the same percentage, and because of the size of our industry, I think those targets are probably fair enough. But I think it's certainly, we need to get across the message that Ireland isn't an agricultural carbon blackguard just because it's 33%. We need to make sure that society at large understands the full context of the situation. With regard to anaerobic digesters, I think you don't want to get to the point that Deputy Ryan mentioned, where they have capacity far above and beyond what is required for or that could possibly be used by the anaerobic digesters that are there. You know, having enough for 12 million people in an area with a population of 1.5 to 2 million certainly seems like a step beyond what is required. But certainly I think anaerobic digesters have a role to play, even if you take the positive impact it can have from an agricultural slurry point of view. It makes the nitrogen in the effluent more usable for the soil afterwards, so it makes it more available, which is a positive that I hadn't mentioned earlier. But certainly you don't want to, and I don't think Irish farms have the scale to have an anaerobic digester on every farm. But certainly, as we've mentioned in our presentation, I think community-based schemes and maybe the setup of cooperatives within communities to allow them to share in the benefits that come from having an anaerobic digester in their area may help to overcome maybe some of the planning objections that can be related to anaerobic digesters, gives the local community a sense of ownership on the project. And I think once there's a refit tariff there that makes it economically viable for the farmer, I think it can be beneficial to all. With regards to, I suppose, what can be summed up as the issue of calendar farming, certainly I agree. If I looked around at home, we had a super week there the first week of January, the second week of January, but we couldn't spread slurry. And I think maybe we do need to change away from it, but I suppose there's a reason for calendar farming. The scientific evidence shows that you don't need to spread it when the grass isn't growing. But if the grass is growing at the end of December and the start of January, then maybe we should be able to spread in. But by the same token, if the scientific evidence shows that come the middle of March and we have a cold spell like we did last year, then we swap the 3 weeks of spreading that we had in December and January because the grass was growing, and we agreed that we're not going to spread in the 3 weeks of sub-zero temperatures that we have at that time of the year. I think the scientific evidence is there to show that it won't be a positive for our water quality if we are spreading slurry at times of the year where it isn't suitable. But certainly we can use that same scientific basis to maybe have a bit of flexibility within the system to allow farmers use better and spread more responsibly. And finally, the farm retirement scheme, for the number of years that it was in place, it certainly worked. There was a considerable change in the average age of farmers and the age of farmers that were actually farming the farm. But I think expecting a scheme where you expected farmers to retire at the age of 55 was probably not going to work in the long term. And I think from our own point of view, how we've proposed, certainly something that is coming out of our consultations at the moment on the next Common Agricultural Policy, is a retirement scheme. Not necessarily an early retirement scheme, but simply a retirement scheme that would provide some of the security for the older farmer once they've handed over the land and the control of the farm to the younger farmer. Certainly, I think that could be something positive to be included in the next Common Agricultural Policy.
But, just if the older men, like in other sectors, like we're actually extending the public servants don't come back till they're 70 now, So
my response to that would be, in the public sector, I suppose a major point in favour of something like a retirement scheme is farm safety. And if you look at the statistics, younger farmers are no less likely to be involved in a farm accident than an older farmer. But the fatality statistics will show that if an older farmer is involved in a farm accident, they're much more likely to die. And it's probably a result of the fact that when you're 30, 35, 40, you have that extra yard of pace, that extra half second of reaction time that you maybe don't have when you hit 70, 75, 80, and a situation that you could have gotten yourself out of when you were younger, you're not able to get yourself out of anymore. And I suppose similar to how a farm, a working, you know, the middle of the day on a working farm is not a suitable time to have children on the farm. I don't know of any builder that's out there at 70 carrying a hod or laying blocks, and farming is equally as manually intensive a profession as something like building. So I don't think they don't have to retire, but certainly they should have the option. And I suppose farming being depending on the sector you're in, being more or less profitable doesn't always give them the option of putting away a nice pension that they can rely on after the age of 65 or 70, as it will be by the time I get there.
Just can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Thank you, Deputy. I thank the witnesses, James and Derry. As I said in my own contribution, you're our last witnesses to the committee, and I think, use the term that we kept the best wine till last. You'll note that we have the same philosophy when it comes to chairing the committee.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to the committee, and we appreciate you giving your time to us.
And as there are no further business, I call the meeting adjourned until next Wednesday.